Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday. Let me make sure. Yes, it's Wednesday. Good morning. We are finally on closing arguments today. Um, I don't think it's really long though. But good morning, Gwen. Good morning, George. Good morning, Georgette. Good morning, Gigi. Hey, Shay. Hey, Ebony. Hey, Tracy. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I think my roll call done that quick. That's crazy. That's crazy. Good morning, Monique. Good morning. Good morning, Jaleesa. Good morning, Rita. Uh-oh, there y'all go. Hey, Erica. Hey, Brianna. Good morning. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Whitney. Good morning, Jasmine. Excuse me. Good morning, Isis. Hey, Crystal. Good morning, Miss Davis. Hey, Ashley. Good morning. Ashley, I'm so tired of them people. Like, I'm tired of them people. What's it expecting that? Wow, Erica. Okay. Hey, Tasha, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I might be 5 minutes behind, but I'm gonna get up. Good morning. Good morning, Lauren. Lauren, I don't know what's wrong with them people. I'm tired of them. Good morning, Jazz. I just try not to respond to all of them. Hey, Factual, how are you? Good morning, Chatty. Good morning to you, Tennille, the superstar. Good morning. Good morning. If you said good morning, my YSL. Amen. Amen. Because if I'm nothing else in this life, baby, I'm a YSL. Good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Hey, too pretty. Good morning. Good morning, Aaron. I hope you're having a good day at work. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Gina. Hey, Lexi. How are you this morning? Good morning, Monet. Monet? My bad, girl. Good morning. Good morning, Claudia. Good morning, Niara. Good morning, Valerie. Y'all. It's like closing arguments. When I tell y'all last night they were trying to eat me up on Twitter because we are watching a trial just like the jury. We don't know what's going on outside. So people are saying stuff like, well, duh, you're late. Well, duh, dumbass. How many times do I have to say I'm watching this for the first time? How many times do I have to say that? How do I feel after the White Claws, Brown? You weren't on live. I poured it out. I tried it with a shot of tequila, still didn't like it. With juice, didn't like it's just nothing I will ever buy. It tastes like LaCroix, and I don't like LaCroix. I don't like sparkling water. Don't get sparkling water. I don't like it. So it's a no for me. It's a no for me. It's a no. I'll never have it again. Good morning, Jess. Hey, Nikki, I will never have it again. Good morning, Good Glow. It is hump day, girl. Yes. Happy hump day. Good morning, Cheryl. How are you? Cheryl, I know you just heard me say, me and the White Claw not going to mix. Just here, slat. Too pretty. Why too pretty tell me this? She said, I'm always slat. I had to go to the little reference to see what slat meant. Showing love all the time. Baby, I love it. Good morning, Alicia. Hey, Kaylane, how are you this morning? They have nothing else to say, and it's really getting ridiculous. Sometimes I try to respond, but it was one woman. She was like, she just tweeting away, and her tweets aren't aging well. I said, which one didn't age well? Let me know. She said, I don't really even pay attention to you, baby. You do. One, I feel like my tweets pop up because I'm live tweeting. But girl, you gotta be paying attention. You felt the need to comment. Just block me. Hell, block me. Move on. We'll do that. Oh, Brianna, it's disgusting, baby. I'll never have one again. Get you out of character, but I see the Lordy. Oh, Jasmine, because I'm slime. Oh, God. Because I'm slime. They don't get it. When you slime, child, there's an extra covering that's over you because you're slime. Do you get what I'm saying? Not it. It is not normal for people to see the Lord in you every day, but they see the Lord in me. The white man with the fish pick. I don't even know who that is. I mean, y'all arguing with me when, baby, I get offline and get offline to go watch Beyond the Gates or something. Like, sir, I'm not gonna sit online and argue with you. I'm not about to do that. My pizza was so good. It's from a place here in Dunwoody called Milano's. It's like two older men. One man, the cashier, looks like he about 80 something. I mean, if you go in their store, they have like all these old newspaper articles. You can clearly tell they are Democrats. But it is so good. I mean, it's some of the best pizza I have ever had. I probably go there at least once or twice out the month or something like that. I love it. It's right across the street from me. Yeah, Lauren, I hate sparkling water. Hey Joe, how are you? Good morning, JT. Hey Isis. Good morning, Isis. They be all over your tweets. Them people, and a lot of it is very helpful. I do feel like at first, I was like, oh, I'm going to get some crazy tweets, but I do think a lot of it's helpful in just conversation. People 2.0 is starting up. I think I started watching it at the right time. 2.0 is starting up. People are excited. They're, trying to go through what happened in the first trial, so they're prepared for 2. So it's been good. Good morning, Kiana. I'm still in Twitter jail. So, Valerie, you can't tweet. You can only share posts. Is that what it is? Cass. Good morning, Cass. Good morning, Nikki. Hey, Missy. Good morning. Good morning. Come out of the church and say slat. Mel, if you have today watched the hearing on the defense's motion to dismiss and knowing what you know now, your mouth will drop. Has it already happened? Hey, honey. Good morning. Good morning. I know that's right, honey. I thought the defense's motion was at 10 today. Oh. Hey, Tati. Erica. Someone reminded me that everyone deserves a good defense. He is fighting for his life. And it's like, damn, when you like consider the person, you're like, but it's just the right of this country for you to have a great defense attorney, for you to be able to fight for your life. And in that aspect of it, Brian still fight on. But Melanie will not. Melanie will not be sending up one prayer for you. Can't do it. I'm sorry. After seeing that man beat that woman on that camera, you have at it, Mr. Steele. Won't get a prayer from me. You won't get a I will not be trying to spread any awareness about that man's case. Burning hell for all I care. I just No. It's really good, Isis. It's really good. Good morning, Phoenix. Good morning. Erica, Fun needs to leave me alone. Okay? Fun needs to leave me alone. It's good, y'all. It's really good pizza. It's so good. Chain store pizza here, and I drink sparkling. Oh, and all you drink is sparkling water, Gwen. I don't know how. Yeah, it's really good. I would highly recommend them. It's called Milano's again, in Dunwoody. I highly recommend them. Good morning, Alice. Good morning. I can scroll. I can't post it like Valerie. That's how I ended up with. This is like my 3rd or 4th page since 2023, and I ended up with the page because he kept locking me out. But I think it was from liking tweets or something. I don't know. Yeah, Brian Steele is a great attorney. I understand why he's been hired, and I still love Brian Steele. He's just doing his job, but won't get it out of me, child. Won't go to the Lord in prayer for them at all, baby. Won't go to the Lord in prayer for Mr. Steele at all. I just cannot do it. Sorry. Baby, won't put you on no prayer list, anything, baby. Have at it. Hey, Tasha. Good morning. Good morning, Tasha. He can have at it, baby. Y'all help Georgette out. Georgette wants to know what sparkling water you guys would recommend. Yes, Jess, you missed it. He just filed a motion. He is going to be representing Mr. Diddler. Hey, Bree, good morning. For me with Diddy, I'm not really concerned about the case, but him as a person, um, I'll never forget that video. That video being released after everything you read in the indictment, I was like, damn, that poor woman. I don't know what it's like to be in a relationship like that. For someone to dehumanize you and the sickest part of it all, he has daughters. And to dehumanize that woman the way he did was just, it's crazy. And my mind goes back to that award ceremony. I don't even know what he was getting, but he was getting an award. And in the award, when he received the award, he thanked Cassie. That lady was married at that point. And I remember as soon as that affidavit came out, her lawsuit came out, I went back to him thanking her. And I said, Lord, he was taunting that woman. As if he was saying to her, I don't give a damn who you're with. You're mine. He was taunting her on that in front of millions of people. She was married. It was really crazy. And it's the very first thing I thought about after her lawsuit came out, because then it made sense. It made sense why he did that. And I remember watching and saying, oh my God, he's so disrespectful. The lady's married. Everybody know y'all were together during that time. Okay, we expect her to do those things. But to go out of your way to thank her during that speech when she was married, it was very, very weird to me. Like he was saying fuck her husband. And then that lawsuit came out. I said, oh, that's why. Good morning, Tim. I said, okay, that's why. Yes, it was very triggering, and I said, okay. And then the video comes out about him chasing her down that hallway. And I'm going to say it again. Do you know how mentally insane you have to be Diddy chasing that woman down the hallway in a towel? Kicking at that lady like that? For Melanie, I'm just like, bye. Bye. I don't have to. He's not a person that I would have to, that I would just be out here just, okay, let's go. That's just not, it's just not for me. So many things I think back to he did, and they're like, okay, right. Yeah. It's really different because it's just not an isolated incident. Kid Cudi confirmed his car was blown up. And I said, you're blowing up cars out here? It's all crazy to me. And it's all crazy to me. He's just, I don't know, for him, I just don't see I haven't reached a point where I can be like, oh, he'll change, or that was this long ago, because it's been going on for 30, 40 years. So yeah, I was watching something online about when he was with Misa. It's just, I don't know. That's just not someone who I'm not going to my knees in prayer for you. And I know somebody in the chat was like, oh, Brian Steele may as well represent R. Kelly. And that's his choice. He can't. R. Kelly's another one. Can't go to God in prayer about it. Love his music, but I can't go to God in prayer about you. I just can't do it. Can't go to God in prayer about it. I just can't do it for you, baby. He can't be saved. You're probably right. Good morning, Emmy. Yes, the Kid Cudi thing. When Kid Cudi got on there and confirmed it, I said, oh, this is crazy. Good morning, Mark. Hey, Shay, good morning. Wait a minute. It's Autumn's birthday. Happy birthday, Autumn. Can y'all tell my girl Autumn happy birthday in the chat? Alan Wise. Oh, God. He is a beast, and I get it. This is probably why there's a guy, I blocked him now. But when I tell you he was calling me a black bitch almost every day on Twitter, I just got sick of him. It was like, sir, He was saying, y'all, he said something so so ignorant to me. It was something like, I'm gonna try to disguise this. So y'all gonna have to read between the lines with what the guy told me on Twitter. Hold on, y'all. He said something to the effect of your V hairs to your crack hairs, like pull them out or something. It was something so ignorant. Like, how did you sit there and come up with that? All because I'm tweeting about a trial. And he said he was saying it because I was supporting Alan Jackson. And he was like, he did something with George Floyd, and my people are ignorant, but you a different type of stupid. Y'all, let me see. I wish I could find the tweet. I don't think I saved it, but I blocked him now. It was so vile. Like, sir, I couldn't believe Twitter let him say it. I couldn't, first of all, and wait a minute, he kept calling me a black bitch, right? I thought and maybe it was a spam account for them to keep calling me a black bitch, because the man on the profile picture was light skinned with like some type of contacts and twisting his head. I was like, damn, that's awkward. Y'all, I wish I could tell y'all the tweet. When I say that was like my first time getting like that type of tweet, very much ignorant. But it was just like, sir, why would you say that online? Oh, Autumn, he has 16 followers. And I said, sir, if you care so much, why don't you tweet? And then you can have your people, y'all can talk about it all day. Why are you, I mean, every other tweet, he was right there. And then he was like, and bitch, I'm not going to stop till you block me. So me, I was like, I'm not going to block your ass. You're going to sit there, you could tweet. But he said one tweet, I was just like, sir, I'm sick of you now. I'm sick of seeing your face. The twist of contacts, it was giving creepy, so I was sick of seeing your face. Yeah, Ebony, this is a good point. Ooh, fried potatoes and onions. Good glow, I'm jealous. Comfort food. I want some. She said, who still doesn't necessarily represent who he is as a person. I agree. He's just getting to the bag. I agree. Doing what he does and went to law school for. And I don't even know if it's money. He doesn't seem like a person who's led by money. I really do feel like it's a love for the law. Maybe he sees something in this case. Did he decide that he feels that it's some sort of injustice and he can help? Who knows? I do think he has a great legal mind, a really, really great legal mind. So there's that. When you look at the pic, I don't even think he's mixed. Valerie, you think he's white? His hair too kinky. You think he's white? Valerie says she thinks the man is white. Child, I blocked him. Low, at some point, hopefully we're gonna be done. We're gonna go ahead and get through closings, but I don't know if we'll watch that. We definitely have the jurors interview on our to-do list to watch. Diddy is his biggest client now. Ashley says she thinks he's joining the team for the appeals process, and you are probably right there. You're probably right there. Yep, Autumn, they told us that. Let me see, y'all. Let's see real quick, because I heard about that too. What time is it? Okay, we done made it to 10, so let's see. I mean, I almost feel like, why are we going to watch it? Because they're not going to find him. They're not going to find him guilty. Oh, it's live, y'all. Hold on, let me see what they saying in the comments. Oh well. Yeah, I think we're going to start there because they say this is for a motion to dismiss. They say this is for a motion to dismiss. It's supposed to start at 10. Oh, sorry, y'all. My allergies are really acting up. I hate this time of year. I honestly do. And I have to go outside 3 times a day. I hate it. We'll see what's going on here. Oh, it starts at 10:30. It's not a motion to dismiss. Oh, it's not a motion to dismiss. Okay, thank you guys for that. Who told me that? Maybe someone on X said that yesterday. It won't be starting until 10:30. Well, it's 10:05, so I'm going to start with my closing scene. Oh, Georgette. No, I have not. And I've been to the post office 8 times in the last week. It's really more so wanting to be close to wherever I moved to, and I don't know where that is yet. That's really the biggest thing. Wait a minute, this not it, y'all. Hold up. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is. That's the problem. Oh, okay. They're just saying to watch the motion to dismiss hearing. Oh, okay. Well, I can put that on the to-do list.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up.
Nah, I know Big Brian ain't got his ass back there for the closing. Do y'all see it? Big Brian sitting back there for closing arguments with the family of y'all. Oh my God. Do y'all know how unhinged that is? Let me see who behind Paul, child. Hold up, y'all.
The hopes of the
Commonwealth goes lost.
Oh my God! Y'all. Jen McTooth is there. Colin is there. Y'all, that is ignorant. Ash, baby, you better work on getting that man over here. Tell him I come to Birmingham. It's only 2.5 hours away. I come to Birmingham. We do an in-person interview. You come set up, Ash. Y'all, this is ignorant. How do they not show up to that man's funeral? But they in the courtroom on closing arguments with that man's family. Paul ain't shit, because why you don't want to check Big Brian? Paul ain't shit for this, y'all. Paul ain't shit. Paul, you should have checked Big Brian. I put my word out this morning, and that's why you my girl. That's why you my girl. Now this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Girl, they came for closing.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on. But the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's your job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government.
Never.
And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community.
You should.
But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. Offer them help. Offer them a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits.
They did that.
Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a
Got his big ass report.
But most importantly, pick your patsy. and pin it on the girl.
Pin it on the girl.
It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you.
Sure did.
But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative?
This.
Instead of the other way around. Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case.
That's all they do.
The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night?
Happy.
Getting along. No issues. Good mood. Happy. Affectionate. Even lovey-dovey. No issues. No toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble.
I know that's right.
Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged?
Y'all, it's just so hard for me to listen to AJ and see Brian big ass back there. Like, the audacity, as Alice said, I can't believe they came to court. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this. Why would they come to court? And not only just Brian came, Jen, Colin, like, I can't wrap my head around the fact that these people did something to that man and brought their ass to court to see this woman be sentenced. I mean, convicted. Like, it's just, y'all, I just cannot believe they should have not come to court. You didn't even come to his funeral. That says a lot. You don't care about paying your respects to him, but you care about seeing this woman go to jail. They came to intimidate the jury. That's what it sounds like. Big Juju probably had enough when she was on that stand. She might have been off the White Claws. Who knows?
Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins.
Yes, I remember that.
What's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone.
Yeah.
She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview.
Wait a minute. Do y'all see Carrie got her ass back there too? She doesn't really have a standout face. She blends in. That's how I missed her. I'm trying to look at Brian Albert a little closely, a little closer. And Carrie sitting her ass back there. The nerve of these people. Like Carrie, my problem with Carrie is Carrie, you blinded by that love you had for John in high school, because you got to know these people are not your friends. Oh, Alice, I did not see the pictures. Alice, you gonna have to if y'all tag me right now, it's just not a good time to tag me on X. Send it to my inbox or my Instagram, because y'all will be tagging me and I'm flooded with all these other comments. I can't see y'all. So yes, so send it to me, Alice, because I didn't see that, but I'm assuming they've checked it out because of what Alan just said. So when he just said that from where he was to the basement, those are the steps he would have taken, I'm assuming he tried it out. Y'all, that I can't believe Carrie. No way. This woman was not your friend. All of a sudden, y'all buddy. She trying to see what you're saying. You doing interviews at house like a little ass kid.
Over to One Meadows.
Carrie is a hater.
She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30.
I really don't. They didn't think this all the way through. That's why I say it was an accident, y'all. Did y'all hear the time frame he just gave? Jen sat up there and said, I was looking from like 12:30 to 12:50. She had no clue that Wi-Fi was going to be triggered. His Ring cameras, all of this stuff was going to debunk her time frame. That's why I'm saying it was an accident. They just scrambling and scraping while she got her ass in that courtroom. Oh, y'all look at Karen scratching her hair.
Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why.
Yep.
And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen?
Yes.
What about me?
Speak to me.
Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me.
Baby, the nerve.
And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night?
I'm sorry, but that's such a great point. You trying to get my girl. I might not know it, but like looking when us looking at the case, why the hell you want me to come over there so bad? And you trying to take my girl? People really are crazy because the fact that he still would say that's his friend after doing all of that, I don't need a friend like that.
And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room.
Yep.
Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers."
I can't
remember that testimony
like that, baby.
So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, your girl's been texting me?
Mm-hmm.
A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds?
Yeah.
10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there.
Nope.
Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Mm-hmm. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening.
Why lie?
They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing.
Wow.
But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't you? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it.
Yes, you can.
Let's test that out.
Get your muck down these.
Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy.
Now he demonstrating the 22 seconds.
How long did that take? 15 seconds, maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m.
Yep.
Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period. at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, She backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished. When Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom, he's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left?
Seriously.
Or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV.
No, for real.
And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that.
Y'all, Carrie said it too. If you guys remember, Carrie said the same thing. There was she said a little black hole. Not that light was completely shattered like that. So let's not forget, Carrie also did that. And back to him talking about Karen, when she left their house, I still, for the life of me, I know she probably was like, fuck him, I'm finna go to the house, and left him. I can't for the life of me believe why, when she was calling out them times, why you didn't say, fuck this, I'm finna go to the house. I'm finna go knock on the door. And I look back that maybe she could have been murdered too. When you think about how John was murdered, it probably could have resulted in her murder too. So we're happy she didn't do it. But I'm always like, girl, why you didn't? Because I kind of feel like I would have knocked on that door and bring his ass outside.
That after John's body was discovered, Lank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off.
My bad, I forgot y'all said something about the bathroom.
Record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will we look at our Google searches? Will we look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall.
Ooh,
A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the toe time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo.
A typo.
Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid it. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. A magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight, the taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that we saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same? Or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There's no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found about 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have, had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. Because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. 2 of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, "You can't deny the science and the physics." John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise.
I think we're slow.
So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Damn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now I'm going to just tell y'all, Bev messy as hell for this shit. AJ got to have a timer or has told his people, let me know. Bev messy for that, man.
As he continued,
Messing up his groove.
he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that.
He should.
Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted. Will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object.
Disgusting.
And went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself.
He did say that shit. Crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth. And I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling. It's not a whim. It's unflinching. It's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that, which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth, and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
I thought that was a great.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Let's see what Lally finna come
Thank
up
you, Your
with
Honor.
today. Girl, look at them back there talking about it. Girl, I don't like them. Oh, I don't like them.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
It was 3 times, not 4.
Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Here he comes.
You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He's working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened. And the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati
A
was
liar.
asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him.
Now, why the hell we believe Flamati when he couldn't even tell us if he was in the damn ambulance? He acted like it was some type of secret. You either in the ambulance or you're not. No, but don't bring Flamati in here.
Hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin
A liar.
was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they
Katie wouldn't even say that she was Brian Albert's daughter's friend. Girl, stop. Wouldn't even say that.
observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what?
She's a liar.
And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe
Oh, a big liar.
stated initially over the phone when speaking with the
liar.
defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him.
I hate Junior. Not hate.
You heard testimony from Officer Sarah, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this.
Because she left him.
This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card monitoring. Facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the queen of hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card, look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do,
Wait a minute. He said don't look at this person, don't do that. Is he not proving what AJ said? Look the other way? Is Lally not asking them in his closing to look the other way?
what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom. put to him as sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will.
Y'all, I don't know if I can make it. Did this man say he thought that group chat was a safe place and a safe space? Are we forgetting what the hell he said? That's exactly why he said what he said, because yes, he thought it was a safe place and a safe space for him to talk very, very nasty about that woman, and it would never see the light of day. It showed his true colors. And this man goes, he thought it was a safe space.
What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence. No evidence whatsoever.
Safe space.
Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them.
But you trying to defend him.
And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering, stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point at which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at St. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at CF McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime and a strong. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:51 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. Drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink.
At least he's saying that.
10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Polakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert.
My thing is this: why we have to take the screenshot? Go call their phone carrier and let me see it from them, because I don't trust that screenshot. I just don't.
Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe, speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in, Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. Have up on the screen right now is.
Did he say McLaughlin, y'all?
Roberts and picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. Have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. Movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota tech stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle's in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert."
Karen, hold
Somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point.
She's trying to make him call.
1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
"John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're fucking loser. Fuck yourself."
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail.
Princess, this is crazy.
Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn.
Liar.
4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. So the calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a plow. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves 1 Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCP, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing and dying.
He want to talk about no calls to 911, but he doesn't want to talk about how Jen called her sister, called her brother. They never came out the damn house for their friend. Lally, sit the hell down.
From brain injury and skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road.
Multiple skull fractures.
5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street in Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house.
What?
As I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before. She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house.
Left him at the house, Miss Sheila.
5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, returned to One Meadows Ave searching for John.
Behind
6:03
the couch.
is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12 indicates
I'm going to just point out, I don't know about Carrie, but Jen didn't want to see him. So you're not making me believe anything. Jen didn't want to see him. She wanted someone else to find him. She did not want to be the person to find that body.
this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
I want to, I just can't. They're stuff for them not to.
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. The defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search of evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Ms. that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's past. Defendant shows up at the house, abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning, grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
What was hers?
Drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on.
She didn't live there. If you think I'm finna leave my damn car when I can, if I know that people already talking crazy, I'm finna be in the house for a minute. I'm grieving. I'm getting my shit right now. Why would she leave her car? If she right there and she can get it and somebody can drive it back to her parents, I'm getting my shit too. I'm sorry. I don't give a damn what you think about it. I'm taking my car too.
Many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. Heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John.
He was dead, but okay.
Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say it?
Because she knew what Jen was.
You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen.
I don't believe it.
Based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony. 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out. And then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from there. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asked him if he's okay, asked him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is.
And he should have got
You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy is eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots.
A romantic kiss.
Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, at which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are.
Okay.
There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video.
Why would she delete video that would help exonerate her? Like, make it make sense. She did when she coming and when she's pulling out the driveway, leaving John's house, that video's there.
A variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning.
I don't know.
The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call.
And why the hell would Jen call Chris when she knows she saw him outside of 34th February? And this be the bullshit right here. And the fact that Lally would get his ass up there and repeat it to the jury, as if they're so, why would Jen call when she's testified that she sat and watched that car from 12:30 to from 12:35 or something to 12:50? Why would she do that?
Both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34th Fairview. So she hangs up.
Sounds like she was drunk.
During this call or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere. As you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he has some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Lord Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Lord Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
She was drunk.
Every indication is that he was found in the snow by defendant, Mr. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. be about an hour before.
So we can now. I understand. I missed this. When she was reading. No, sorry. When they were reading the text messages from the Sullivan lady between her and Karen, I saw the 5 a.m. But again, just felt like she's drunk and she ain't thinking about the right time. But I couldn't understand why they kept trying to say she stopped by 34 Fairview before they found it. Now, this is why, that text message. But if we're going to hold people to what they do, are we not going to hold Jen to the fact that she called Chris knowing she'd seen that man at 34 Fairview? Why would she do such a thing? Why wouldn't she immediately say, "No, girl, I saw you last night. You pulled up to the house." She was playing. So if we're going to play this game, you can play with everybody on this stand.
5 a.m. would be between that time of where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18, 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of them, also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds.
Yes,
They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whitford, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. He knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning.
frantic.
What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over, over.
I'm sorry. I'm going to say this. My nephew that's always on live, my nephew has been shot 5 times before. Okay. And I remember when he got shot, my first question is he dead? Because if he's not dead, we're gonna worry about the rest when we get there. I want to know, is he dead? Is he is he okay? Like, I'm asking those same questions, but my number one question was, is he dead? That's the first question. Is he dead? Okay, he not dead. Okay, we can figure out the rest later. it does not seem weird to me for her to have asked, is he dead? You see this man laying out there, you saying, I still ain't got a clear answer on if the man was dead or alive when they got there. Still don't have a clear answer. My first thing, he looks dead. Is he dead? Is he dead? Like, you're in shock. Like, it's like he's playing, it's semantics at this point. Is he dead versus is he okay? Doesn't matter. She had concern either way. She had concern either way.
Again, when you take into
Very
juxtaposition
reasonable.
that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for. When she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time that they both testified to that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022 is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Liar.
At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, she's going down Fairview coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. She's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before and neither has the defendant.
Right.
Which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom.
And messy, because why would you?
Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times to several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense that it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again,
We
the
believe
testimony
this
from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40, when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece Kaylee, 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tailbone. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock.
They didn't even hear. It didn't even come up.
They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. So what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after.
Y'all, the fact that he still would bring up that lady walked in that house with those shoes on is crazy to me. This just ignorant. She didn't take her shoes off. She's frantic. Her boyfriend is missing. And you want to point out that the lady did not take her shoes off. Who give a damn about his rules at this point? Who? First of all, she still think he with a woman. Who give a damn about him and that carpet or them floors? Because I sure would.
For the defendant to arrive back at One Meadows Ave after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is.
Strict rule, and nobody give a
She knows it's
damn.
not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the back seat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. You heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a
What's the
point.
purpose? What's the point?
Okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, it's still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray, from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it.
And you mean the car, everything melted and their hair just stayed?
That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe. That initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scortibella was testifying to, with no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan.
My bad. Let's run that back. Are we missing the fact she talked about the laceration on his eye? How that could have been a sign of a physical altercation. There were scratches on his face. Also, they talked about the marks on his fist really could have been defensive wounds, what you would typically call a defensive wound. What was it, Doctor? The doctor. What was the man's name, y'all? Dr. Sheridan. Dr. Sheridan also said that he can, because of the laceration on his eye, he's inclined to say that he could have also been punched, or he got the raccoon eyes from the head injury, but he can't rule being punched out either. Lally don't want to talk about that though. Lally doesn't want to talk about that.
Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account. Internally, externally. From civilian testimony to investigator testimony, to medical testimony, to forensic testimony, to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarif's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Sarif. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that
Go drinking.
to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn.
Now, baby, we never said he was a criminal mastermind. Those are your words, not ours. I don't think a soul. None of us thinks this was a carefully thought out plan. That's why so many damn mistakes everywhere. He is nobody's criminal mastermind, baby.
Really? That's the conspiracy?
Now he don't.
What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments, incessant phone calls, and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas, the men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfront. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger's. She said they were left the waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other reporting of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel,
Everyone who has
all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from your you have that other reporting of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house.
Okay, pop quiz. I just had to hear it back to make sure I heard what I heard. Okay, pop quiz. Whose name did he lead out? Whose name did he lead out, guys? Just pop quiz. Whose name did he leave out of? He called all of these people who testified that John O'Keefe never came in the house. I think, and Brianna be popping in and out. Brianna pops in and out, and Brianna got it. And in my mind, he didn't call that name because he can't call Higgins' name. No, y'all, it wasn't Colin. It wasn't Colin, because Colin was gone. So he's trying to steer clear of Colin. It's Brian Higgins. Do y'all remember? Do you guys know why he can't say Brian Higgins didn't see him come in the house? Come on, y'all. Listen, 2.0 start Tuesday. This is the type of stuff we've got to remember. Kaylane, period. Tall with dark hair. Do y'all remember that? Tall with dark hair. When he just ran through this list of everyone who says John did not come in that house, he did not mention Brian Higgins, because Brian Higgins does have testimony where he says he saw someone come in the house that was tall with dark hair. Tall, dark-haired man. Brian saw him. Brian saw that man come in the house, but again, when that testimony was given, if you remember, it was during the FBI hearing. These people were more inclined to be, they were probably more nervous during that hearing than they were doing this one. Brian Higgins probably assumed they had something that put him in that house. Why else would the FBI be investigating this case? So he slipped up. He slipped up. Brian was not supposed to say that. Brian slipped up. And because Brian slipped up, now for me, it confirmed what we already knew. That man was in that house. So, but I just wanted to see if we caught that. He was sure not to put Brian Higgins in the list of people that saw him come in that said he didn't come in the house.
John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from
It did. It went in the house.
You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in the testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the waterfall. The weather was a weapon.
The weather was a weapon, it's correct.
You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon. Ms. Maxon indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a three-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxon are taking the left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxon can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? Dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon drive away from that. We have the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning.
How much longer does Lally have? I don't know.
The testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard
Not that
to
much longer.
Colin Albert when he gets picked up from
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
There you go. 5 minutes.
Colin Albert, Miss Allison McKay, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in early in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those texts. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level, 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to the forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone at any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet.
That's what I heard.
12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches to the tail end is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the taillight cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. We have testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight housing. On the house, his DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Chief Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regards to the damage that they observed, the dent, the scratches, 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Lear and Ms. Hanley in regards to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes. All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing.
Alice, that's the real question. Why we can't ask for their DNA is what I just don't get. How was it not probable cause for their DNA?
Gentlemen, if I could.
Y'all
605, this is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another, years and years ago,
baby, you don't
started
have
practicing
time
in
for no
Norfolk County,
story.
Braintree, what is now Quincy. eventually became a far smarter man than myself, eventually became president of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence.
You and John Adams, go to hell.
What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour,
Yeah, that
for
is
62 and
bad.
a half feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Alley, I have to stop you.
Don't
You've
you
gone
say
over.
another word.
Okay.
Pack
I
it up.
literally have one sentence.
No, pack it
One
up.
sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find this. Thank you.
All right.
Pack
Thank you.
it up, buddy.
Jurors, I have my instructions on the law. I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? We can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Leaving your notebooks on your chair. All rise, jury up.
All right, jurors.
Enjoy the skipping, guys, because next Tuesday there will be no skipping.
Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully.
Before Bev gets to the instructions, first of all, hey to my friend Kaylin. Kaylin, I don't know if you saw me tell you hey early in her chat. That's my Memphis sister. I just would like to say thank you guys so much for rocking out with me. I think we have been here since April 1st. I think I started back the Monday after my birthday. So we've been here since April 1st. You guys have shown so much love to me, to my channel here, TikTok, X, everywhere. Thank y'all for like rocking out with me because damn it, we made it. Okay? Damn it, we made it, y'all. Man, thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much because it's been a crazy, crazy 15 days. But when I tell y'all I have had the best, it's probably been 15 because I didn't do 2 days. So about 13 days. It's been so amazing to watch this trial with you guys. I mean, everybody, people who've already seen the trial, y'all did so great, not spoiling it for us. People who've asked who've answered questions, Lauren, for all of the information you've sent, Val, Miss Debbie, Ellen, Forrest. I don't think Forrest is in here right now. Forrest, Alice. It has been so many of you guys that have given information to us. Y'all have answered questions. I mean, everybody has been attentive. We've all been just really trying to pay attention and figure out what's going on with this case. We done goddamn made it. We made it. I mean, I'm looking at names. Miss Sheila, Kiss, Shay. I can't remember all the names, y'all. So many people have gifted memberships from over this time, y'all. I checked my memberships just to check them, and I check the memberships because I check it every day to kind of look at my analytics to see what my videos are doing. I have 313 memberships on this channel. 313 memberships in this from y'all. Like I hadn't checked this since probably the first week we started. It was 50. 313 memberships. You could not have told me that that's a goal that I would have reached on this channel my first month of doing memberships. I'm saying Alice's name because Alice has gifted memberships. Every person who has done anything throughout these last 2 weeks on this channel, I cannot thank you guys enough because you don't have to do it. You don't have to be here. I was so overwhelmed when I saw that. I was just like, she said, Erica told me I got to show shoulders. Yeah, you know what, Monique? Yes. Thank you to all of my young soldiers for the Lord that's in the chat. Alice, Slime, because y'all see the Lord in me every day. Thank you, Sierra. Sierra said you put in the work and we love supporting you any way we can, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I told that job, I was like, I can't come. It's not a good time. But they said I could pick another start date. I don't know. The lady never emailed me back. But I said, I just can't do it. I got the second trial coming up. And I really do feel like this is my time to just do what I want to do. I just couldn't see myself doing it no way. Feeling super irresponsible for it. But I didn't want it. Lord Jesus, let me not get on here and lie to y'all. Emmy 2.0 is next week. 2.0 is next week, and I'm going to be right here. No, I don't have a job, Harris, girl. I had one, but I told them I couldn't take it. Thank you, Georgette, for gifting a membership. I appreciate it. I just couldn't do it. One of the things about me, I try to be very transparent with you guys. I really did. I really did want the job for the insurance, but I didn't want the job for the job. But I've been getting my insurance through the marketplace for 3 years now, and it hadn't failed me yet. So I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing. The job is going to be there. I do feel like God, it's so crazy. Let me tell y'all. While we're taking a break. Hold on just a second. Lexi, thank you so much for gifting a membership. And if you guys got a membership from Georgette or Lexi, please thank them in the chat. Please thank them in the chat. Y'all, I got 2 things and I'm going to hit play. My friend texted me yesterday and I turned down the job on Monday. She texted me and it was just a meme. And it said, anoint my decision making, Lord. This season is critical. And when I tell y'all, it made me tear up because I don't know what this year holds for me, but I do know that if you are faithful and you stay consistent to whatever it is that you're doing, God is always going to make a way. And a lot of y'all know my story on here. I know y'all know I have not worked a job since 2021. I done lost a car. I've lost an apartment. Baby, I have been living with family. Everybody knows because I'm very transparent about it. I'm not ashamed of it. It's just what's happening in my life. I've battled depression since losing my mom. Hell, 2 days ago, I was up crying. I missed my mother so bad. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But one thing I know that is easy is getting in front of this camera and talking to y'all. You guys make my life so much better. You guys make my life, you guys give me purpose. So however it is that you've ever impacted my channel, like I really do hope y'all understand how much of a difference you make in my life. And like, it's not always easy. It's times I done probably been crying and then have to go wipe my face to get up here and get in front of this camera. But every time I get in front of this camera, y'all make me remember why I get in front of the camera. And for that, I am forever grateful because you guys do not have to be here. Y'all do not have to support me. Y'all have to do any of this shit that y'all do. But you do. And I just want to say thank you because we made it to the end of another case. And this is a case I didn't even know we were going to do. But it was a crazy ride. It's been an amazing experience. And I just want to make sure I said thank y'all. I just want to make sure I said thank y'all before we get into her reading these instructions, getting to I got the verdict pulled up and everything too. But yeah, I'm trying my best to hold the tears back today, but we made it to the end of another trial. And I would not have made it if it wasn't for every last one of y'all tuning in, liking my lives, everything. And I just thank y'all. I thank y'all. I thank y'all. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all. So we're going to get back to this, but thank y'all again. Thank y'all so much. Thank you for all the super chats, the gifted memberships, the likes, commenting in the chat. I mean, I know y'all know I'm always on Instagram. Thank you. I love y'all back, Alice. Thank you. I love y'all back. Listen, pretty, y'all help me. Y'all help me. And y'all know I'm super active on Instagram. So if all y'all that I'm talking to on Instagram all the time, shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Thank you, Paris, for gifting a membership. If y'all get a membership from my friend Paris, make sure y'all say thank you. Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila. Thank you, Miss Sheila, for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. If y'all get a membership from my girl, Miss Sheila, y'all know that's my other 901 sister. Make sure y'all say thank y'all. Thank you to Miss Sheila. I appreciate it. Thank you. All my mods. My bad. I forgot to thank all the mods because I know next week is going to be crazy. Who knows, y'all? Next week, it might be our same little crew. It might be our same little crew. Now, Alice, why are you playing today? Thank you, Alice. Alice just gifted 5 memberships, Millionaire Mail memberships. If you get a membership from my friend Alice, say thank you in the chat. Please say thank you. Make sure y'all say thank you. I think, let me see, Alice. We got Alice, Georgette, Lexi, Paris, Miss Sheila. If you get a membership from either of these ladies, please be sure to say thank you in the chat. I appreciate you ladies so much for, again, supporting my channel. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Listen, all the mods. If you're a mod, I think I have everyone's name. I tried to write everyone's name down because I do understand, like, it's a lot, especially when the chat gets crazy. Thank y'all. I had added somebody. I want to make sure I put the names down. I just want to say thank you guys because you guys make sure that this chat is like running right, people not talking crazy, and that we keep our vibe the way we like our vibe to be. And I appreciate all of the mods for that. I appreciate you all so, so much because y'all could be anywhere else. Hello. Y'all could be anywhere else. But y'all slat right here, over here on the Millionaire Mail channel. And I appreciate that. Now, Miss Sheila. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. She said thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you so much. And now Miss Sheila threatening to put people in Rice Street. She said, I need to practice my blocking. When Erica teaching classes, now that's just messy. That's just messy. Thank you, Vitra. Vitra, we love having you here. I'm going to stand by my chat every time. One of the best chats out there on YouTube. These are some of the most kind, funny, messy, smart, talented people that you'll ever find on YouTube. I'm going to stand by them every time. I'm going to stand by this chat every time. I look 10 toes down for every person in this chat because there's nothing like this chat right here. Okay, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's roll.
To all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence, so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence.
Yes, babe.
Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations, and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose.
Okay.
Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances.
They would.
Second, whether the omitted test or actions could
Forrest, you done missed my speech. Hey, Forrest, how are you?
reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here.
We watching them.
Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were, in fact, John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions.
Oh, just first.
Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed.
Okay, good.
The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant,
I had to go back.
Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by
That lady did say assault and beat.
such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's
we know
death.
that's a no, even if she did him.
The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the defendant, because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway,
Seriously.
and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just.
I was just about to say, like, the elements for the motor vehicle homicide are the same as the manslaughter charge.
Moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently.
I don't know if y'all remember, but if you guys are listening, for the 4th element in manslaughter, the word is recklessly. And in the motor vehicle homicide, it's negligent. So she's going to explain negligence now. Listen, y'all think she may have about a little under 10 minutes left before she's done with this. I'm going to say this, like I said with Paige, I'm not mad at the jury instructions. I don't know if it's the way she's reading it, but like I'm taking notes, so I'm sure the jury gets this stuff back, but I think that's my problem. And like Forrest said, she's kind of talking about things that I feel like sometimes can that are favoring the state. I could just be, I don't know. That's the only thing that I feel about all of this. I understand the instructions. I love that she's going through it. Maybe it's her tone of voice. Yes. But I don't think Bev knows that. I thought you were back for a minute. Yeah. You said she thought I was okay. You know what? Bye, Kaylane. It can be confusing, which is why I hope they were taking notes and they do get a cheat sheet. The only reason I'm keeping up, I am taking notes. So when she started reading about this motor vehicle homicide, I'm like, damn, everything sounds the same. And then I caught number 4. So I hope they were able to see this stuff.
Negligently, when she fails to use due care, that is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the
Everybody's on the same page. Zakia. So here's the thing, Zakia. She said, but she was DUI, so it's a sticky one. My only problem here, Zakia, is she's mentioning like the blood alcohol levels. And I guess for me, I'm trying to understand how they can say with certainty that and then Bev did say you don't have to be drunk. And I thought that was interesting. She did say you don't have to be drunk. So do we know she was impaired? You know, because they didn't do any testing or anything until hours later. So do we know at the time she got there, was she impaired? Because y'all know how liquor can sneak up on you. You can be good till you get home and then you lay down and then it's like, damn. So the DUI for me is tricky too. It's tricky because I'm wanting to know showing me that she had drinks when clearly it seems like they all drink like fish doesn't do it for me. How are you so certain that at 12:20 she was so impaired? You know, so I get that I'm stuck there too, Zakia. Simply because Bev was sure to mention driving under the influence doesn't mean you're drunk. And so there's that. Well, I don't, but Zakia, but see, here's why I say it's sticky, because with the driving under the influence, Bev was sure to say it doesn't mean you're drunk. And we know for a fact she at least had 3 to 4 drinks while she was out drinking. I think they counted like 7 or 8, but some of it was soda. So I guess that's the thing there. How are you looking at that? So that's what's in the Supreme Court here. I think they hear it on April 25th. So we'll see if they can still charge her on the ones that she was found not guilty on. That's the thing too. She's not charged with DUI. Yep. We're talking about the elements though, guys. We're talking about the elements that Bev was reading. Charge 2 was a clusterfuck, totally confusing, written up with crazy language, and the vehicle homicide with alcohol was one of the lesser included charges that she emphasized enormously. I do remember how we're talking about, guys, when Bev is reading some of these charges, they mention alcohol, blood levels, driving under the influence. That's what we're talking about. Can she drink with all of her colon issues? Look like she does, BG. Maybe she doesn't drink as much as everybody else, but she still drinks. She said, well, if we are confused, imagine a jury.
Circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item.
Sorry, y'all. Gwen just made a great point. Gwen, and this is the thing. So Gwen says it doesn't matter whether she was drunk or not if you don't believe she hit John, because in every one of the elements that include the alcohol, one of the last element is that she caused the death of John O'Keefe. And remember, you have to have all of the elements in order for the state has to have proven all of the elements. So in every last one of them, that last one is that her actions caused the death of John O'Keefe. So if you don't believe, you can believe she was drunk, okay, but do you believe she operated her vehicle recklessly? Nothing showed that she did that, in my opinion. Or do you believe she was negligent? Nothing showed that, in my opinion. And then, did she cause the death of John O'Keefe? So we go back to what Gwen said. We could argue about her being drunk all day, but if we don't believe she caused the death of John O'Keefe, then it's a not guilty there. Thank you for pointing that out, Gwen.
That is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however, in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them, and I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
We made it, y'all. All of those instructions. We done made it.
Special judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise, follow me.
All right, y'all. All right, so we're going to go to verdict day now. We have made it. This is day 35.
Thank you. Be seated. Closing session.
22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
I hate her hair too. It just looks like it needs a little oil or something. We're on day 35, pretty, and that was day 31 we just watched.
Please rise for the jury.
All looks a little disheveled today. I get it, y'all. I get it. No problem, pretty. A little purple shampoo. That's it. Just a little purple shampoo. And a little conditioner. Might need to do a deep conditioner.
Closing session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
What?
Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise to the court,
Damn,
please.
it's over. Shit, it's over. I thought I was gonna get a little more. Hey, Black Sheep, we got it. We got it queued up.
Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right. I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime, maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
Damn, look at John, mama.
That's fine.
Damn.
Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor?
She mad at the wrong people though.
And I would appear from my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to be for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great
What
dates.
evidence
So
was overwhelming?
Okay. What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so for those, Ms. Little and I are not.
She didn't do it.
We had a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Sorry,
Okay,
Mr.
can-
Proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference.
Jenny, I don't get it.
Court can't disrespect the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes.
All right.
Karen got some them highlights. No, this
All right.
this little.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
Karen must be a true daddy's girl. Hell, y'all, her mom. Is her mom dead? She skipped right over the lady sitting beside her daddy. Her mom must not be alive or something. She is. You could tell she is a daddy's girl. That ain't her mama beside the daddy. That is not her mama, Kay. Kay, that is not her mama. She skipped right over that lady. Y'all, that is not that lady's mama. This house. Watch this. She skipped right over that lady. Her mom has difficulty showing affection. So did mine. But damn, in a moment like this, she hugging the lawyers. She hugged them both. I must missed it. Okay, let's see. She reached out for the man's hand. Okay, there you go. Thank you. I missed it. I was about to say she skipped right over her mama. That is crazy. She did. She was hugging her daddy, and then her mom latched onto the hug. Okay, that's her mom, y'all. I got it. Double hug. I said, I know she didn't skip over the mama. Okay, she hugged her. I saw it. He was talking shit to Karen before leaving. Look, now, Paul. This is why I like watching with y'all, because not Paul talking shit. She didn't skip her. Her mama hugged her from the hug she was on her dad. I know Paul is not talking crazy. Paul! I thought y'all said Paul. Paul said something that wasn't nice, I'm sure. I'm sorry, Karen. Paul did say something. Paul said, I'm not done with you yet. He and his mom, like, they have got to sit down and they've really got to watch the trial again. And maybe if they were to watch it and sit the emotions aside, maybe they'll see that there's no proof this lady hit him. There's no proof, y'all. That he is a Mitch Destin. Maybe Paul really needs to take a look at the evidence, because he's mad at the wrong people. She told my Paul, man, he didn't get none of that. In my opinion, Paul was in love with Karen and resented that he couldn't have her. Feminine, I still don't understand why he blew a kiss at her. I still don't get the kiss. I don't understand the kiss as opposed to something like that. I don't get the kiss. I don't get why he would blow a kiss at that woman. It's not funny. And who was that on the live? I hope you're on the live. Who was that on the live telling me it's several ways you can blow a kiss? Was it Val? Talking about it's several ways you can blow a kiss? I said, huh? Because I never got the blowing a kiss at her. I never understood it. Don't know why he did that. I don't know. But okay, guys, we are officially done with Carrie 1.0. So the first thing that we're going to watch, there's a jury interview that people want us to watch, but I want to get to the hearing because I want to meet the players of 2.0. So I want to meet the players of 2.0. And I heard the hearing, Lauren said that somebody got a little crazy. I don't know who's who, so you guys can help us make sense of this once we are going through it. But this is the hearing from today. They've had several hearings in 2.0. Y'all know I'm back on my regular schedule, ending at 6 every day. However, I want to make sure that when we are here, we're using our time wisely because court starts on Tuesday. So I'm going to try to we want to look at the jury interview. Also want to see what hearings have happened that we can make sense of them because we've watched the first trial. So here's the hearing from today, guys. And I'm telling you, they've already told me that I'm not going to like the guy. Okay, that's the verdict watch. We already saw that. All right, guys. Why can't I hear? Yeah, why can't we hear? Hold on, y'all.
Proof that we have not seen and has.
Okay, volume wasn't working.
I would simply suggest that there is no authority that I'm aware of that prohibits exclusion.
Yeah, I don't know why we couldn't hear. Y'all, who is this man with this hair? Who is the man with the hair, guys? Let me go ahead. Court TV had sound? Okay, thank y'all. Let's go swap to Court TV. Okay, thank you guys. So I swapped it to Court TV now. All right, let's pull up Court TV.
All right, we'll start, first of all, let's start with the defendant's renewed motion that is not in writing. I think, Ms. Little, I think this was your motion for a forensically sound
All right, got it.
copy. You wanted to be heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You did not file anything new, right?
No, just the motion
Okay.
for reconsideration.
Lacey.
When was that filed? That was filed a long time ago, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was prior to the motion.
All right.
I hate the
Your Honor, the defense respectfully requests that this court reconsider the portion of its February 18th, 2025 order denying defendant's motion to compel the production of a forensically sound copy of the Sallyport video surveillance footage from January 29th, 2022. The court obviously understands the importance of establishing the bona fides of the Canton Sallyport video in this case. The court sat through trial. You watched the testimony regarding the inverted video. The court initially denied the request for a forensically sound copy because I believe the court indicated it did not have an affidavit from an expert suggesting that the procedure proposed by the Commonwealth and objected to by the defense would result in the destruction of metadata. We have since provided the court with an affidavit from our expert establishing that if the Commonwealth engaged in the protocol that they proposed, namely simply dragging and dropping files from the Canton Police Department computer onto a USB drive, then all of the associated metadata would either be destroyed or otherwise unverifiable. And of course, right after we filed that affidavit,
Hold on, y'all. It's pronounced or a less. What? Alessi? Not Alessi? Alessi? Is that what y'all saying? Alessi? Which one is it? Alessi. Okay, got it. Alessi, got it.
the very next morning, the Commonwealth went ahead and dragged and dropped the files from the Canton Police Department computer
Alessi.
over to a USB
Got it.
drive. That damage has been done. It can't be rectified, but there may still be some metadata and available evidence on the Canton Police Department computer that our expert can glean if that data is properly imaged. The import of this video surveillance cannot be overstated. This is a seminal issue at trial. I have conferred with our expert. I do believe that there's a chance that we may still be able to obtain some relevant information. And so we're asking that the court order this. I would also note that after the hearing on this specific issue, the Commonwealth produced a new report. That report was dated February 27th, 2025. And in that report, Canton Police Department Sergeant DGM Pietro claims for the very first time that he was responsible for downloading all of the Canton Police Department surveillance video, in this case, onto the detective drive at issue. So that's everything from January 29th. That's incredibly important. We don't have all of that information, and we're asking the court to order that that be properly imaged for our review.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bryan.
Oh! Baby, not AJ done grew a beard out. Hold on. Yes, Bev, I heard that for the very first time.
It seems the defense characterization as forensically sound is fluid. It's difficult to follow. What is clear is that we invited them to come to the Canton Police Department, bring their expert, download anything that was on the DVR, which nothing existed, and then we further invited them.
Y'all, is this the hanky-panky man that y'all been talking about? No, this is Brennan. Okay, who is this person? Okay, this is the Hank. Okay, all right.
To download the detective file. They had over a month to do that. They declined. That invitation has been ongoing. It's been constant, and it is current. If they would like to go to the Canton Police Department with their expert and download any of the detective file and see what exists, they're welcome to do that. So if they want a court order allowing them to come, which they don't need because we've invited them continuously, we'll agree to the court order. They're welcome to come anytime.
So is the Commonwealth now agreeing that we can forensically image the Camden Police Department detective file? Because we've been in our.
Okay, so I really don't want you talking to each other. I want you talking to me. All right, so you asked the question to me. Answer it, Mr. Brennan.
The defense cannot download the entire detective file because it contains files wholly unrelated to this case. And it would then intrude upon private information and other investigations. They can go to the detective file and they can download everything to do with this case. But they cannot have a photo image of the entire detective file of the Canton Police Department.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next motion we're going to do is just the motion for the view. I had asked defense counsel to propose something about how Ms. Reed will get there. Have the two of you talked at all about how we're going to do our view? Two sides talked?
We haven't talked about the logistics. I'm happy to do that. I don't think that's a very lengthy conversation between the Commonwealth.
Right, but we have to make arrangements, so that was something that I asked you to figure out. You say Ms. Reed wants to go on the view, she can go on the view. How do you propose that's done?
The simplest way would be for her to, obviously the jurors would be transported the exact same way that they were transported last time. We were on a bus. As I stand here, I can't remember if we were not on the same bus as the jurors.
Yes, we were.
We were just separated by seats, by
Right.
distance. I don't know that would be the best protocol. I think the better practice would probably be for the defense team to arrive at the same time, follow the bus in a separate vehicle, which we can provide. And Ms. Reed would be separated from the jurors the same way that the defense counsel was separated from the jurors and the Commonwealth was separated from the jurors. But just be there and able to observe the same circumstance that we observed last time.
So I'm not going to allow all defense counsel to come in a separate vehicle because then it will be the Commonwealth in the bus with the jurors. We need defense counsel. One defense counsel can go in a car then separately with Ms. Reed,
That's
and
fine.
the rest will be on the bus.
That's fine.
I do need you to talk to figure out when you want to do this view. Did you want input, Mr. Brennan?
The only issue that was of difference was whether or not the motor vehicle would be at the address. The only reason I had reluctance, I thought it was unfairly prejudicial to the defense. If they decide,
They want it, right? You want the vehicle there at the time?
We do.
if they want it there, then I'll be agreeable.
Okay.
That was my concern at the time, but if that's that request, I'll
You said
agree to it.
okay.
The date of the view, I didn't know if the court wanted any confidentiality in the date of the view. I would like to talk to.
So why don't I see counsel at sidebar about this anyway?
Jaleesa, what department? They said it's a new court reporter. Okay, y'all, let's go. Oh, look at Court TV got sidebar up there.
All right, so on the defendant's list, I don't understand the motion regarding Dr. Welcher, because that's been decided. So why is that here on this list? Is it erroneously on the list?
It's not erroneously, Your Honor, but Mr. Brennan and I spoke about it. We have an agreement that will obviate the need for the court, which is my presumption. Mr. Brennan is going to state it, and that would be my suggestion to Your Honor, and then we can move on to the next matter. We've reached agreement.
Okay, what's the agreement? What's the agreement?
The agreement is there's going to be a redaction to the PowerPoint presentation of Dr. Welcher, specifically page 37. There was, according to Attorney Brennan, an erroneous remnant on 37.
Okay, so why don't you just provide me with the new slide so I know what it is? Okay,
I will do that.
all right, thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
Okay. So Lieutenant Wing, docket 607 and 658. So what I want to know about that, Mr. Brennan, before we begin is, do you have the new report of Lieutenant Wing?
I do. I received it last night. I haven't read it, but I discussed it with counsel. I understand it's just minor edits to the original report. So that won't delay any hearing on this.
All right, so you're prepared to go forward?
I am.
All right, I'll hear you.
Yep, K-Line.
Your Honor, the defense proposes Mr. Wing as a dog bite expert. I think it is too late to ask for a Lanigan hearing. The trial's upon us, regardless of whether or not I think I have standing for it. I do not want to delay this trial in any way. However, there are concerns about the qualifications of Mr. Wing. He has no experience in pattern recognition analysis. I see no training on his resume.
What's
I
your
will not
problem
hold the
there?
defense to the standard they've tried to employ, that he is not a medical expert, nor will I rely on Dr. Russell saying she's the only qualified individual in the country, but rather this person should have some qualification to come into court and give an opinion that a abrasion is supposedly a dog bite. It doesn't appear that Mr. Wing is a certified trainer. It doesn't appear that Mr. Wing has ever testified in court before. And so to expedite the matter, rather than look or seek a Lanigan hearing, I think it would be helpful to have a short voir dire regarding his qualifications before he's presented as a witness, so the court can determine whether or not he is in fact even a qualified witness in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the report, I just want to underscore that there are changes and I discussed these with Attorney Brennan, but I want the record to be clear. There was an objection to the original report of references to Dr. Crosby. We removed those, so those are fairly substantial.
Are there any other changes to it other than the removal of Dr. Crosby?
There are, but there, as Attorney Brennan indicated, they're minor rep parlance, et cetera, but otherwise it's the same substance.
Okay. So why don't you provide me with the new or redacted one as well, and I'll take a look at it.
Right,
Okay.
that has, I will do that, Your Honor. I'll provide the court with that forthwith. The second is on the substance. Lieutenant Wing is extraordinarily experienced. You will see that in his report. The summary of his experience, because it would take a lot of time to go through it. For several years, he's been one of, if not the country's leading experts on training law enforcement with regard to the use of canines, not only with bite and hold techniques, but also with what are called washout dogs, which are very much similar to civilian, some call them pet dogs. He has extraordinary experience with wound recognition. Attorney Brennan respectfully is incorrect when he says he doesn't have experience with pattern recognition. His experience is extraordinary in that regard. Your Honor will make her own judgment, but the report clearly establishes his pattern recognition. His methodology, unlike that of Dr. Crosby, is stated in his report, and in addition, he cites two specific studies for his report, including pattern recognition. And the whole topic of pattern recognition was well established through Dr. Russell. So Your Honor will see that as well. My last category of points to make, Your Honor, is this. The timing of this report came in light of the court's ruling on Dr. Crosby that a non-medical doctor can opine on wounds to humans. And we did make a motion for reconsideration with regard to Dr. Crosby. and understanding the court's schedule and other matters, given that there was not an ability to have that motion determined, we then decided that we had to submit the report of Lieutenant Wing. We want to make clear that Lieutenant Wing is being offered not as a sur rebuttal, but as part of the defense's case in chief. And it is part of that in light of the March 6th order of the court with regard to Dr. Crosby. The aspects of behavior in combination with a wound recognition is different from Dr. Russell. There is overlap, but it's different. And the bottom line here is that the approach of Lieutenant Wing and his qualifications exceed that of Dr. Crosby. I do not believe there is at all a need when the court believes that, notwithstanding the qualifications of Lieutenant Wing and his methodology as set forth in his report, we would respectfully request that we have a voir dire hearing on Dr. Crosby. We have made that request of Dr. Crosby.
That's another motion. That's what we're going to hear next.
Understood. And I was just going to say, wanted to, because.
Just go ahead. Just move on.
Yeah. So my request would.
Now, it's not me, y'all. I'm glad it's not me, but I don't know if he and Bev are he and Bev going to get along, because he does take a minute to get everything out, and Bev seems like her patience is running thin with him.
Wing of body. We for that determination until the court reads the report of Lieutenant Wing.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So there's also a motion for reconsideration regarding Dr. Crosby. I can tell you regarding reconsideration, I've found that he is an expert. I am not going to reconsider whether or not Dr. Crosby is an expert. I'm not going to reconsider whether he can testify as something is consistent or inconsistent with dog bites. But Mr. Brennan, I don't see how you're going to have him testify as to whether these marks could have come from Chloe, the specific dog.
Right.
I think that you can certainly talk about measurements that may have been made, but I don't see how he can testify that this either was or was not this particular dog, particularly in light of the most recent National Academy of Science report that found that no evidence of an existing scientific basis for identifying an individual to the exclusion of all others via bite mark evidence. So what do you want to say about that?
Your Honor, there's a distinct difference between inclusion and exclusion. The National Academy of Forensic Science was an extraordinary study, well respected. I've read it many times. And that is a consensus among experts that teeth structure can in many ways be similar. So it is unfair to conclude that a particular person or a particular dog should be included or identified as the person who left that particular pattern. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It is different in kind and not within the realm of that study or any other studies that I've seen to exclude a person or a dog as the contributor of that bite. In here, there is definitive evidence to clearly show and base an opinion that the dog named Chloe was not the cause of those wounds. That is the whole purpose of having the mold of Chloe, which is done with humans routinely, often, orthodontists, dentists, restructuring. The spacing itself is so distinguishable between the molds and the spacing on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Y'all, where the hell they get molds of Chloe teeth from? Wait a minute. Hold on. I had to miss something. He said he went to see Chloe in Vermont. Oh, stop the shit. What? Bring her ass to court. Put Chloe on the stand and let me see you take the moles myself. I'm supposed to just believe that's the dog? No, y'all. Cut the Pretty, they ain't found damn Chloe. They found Chloe's cousin. That is not Chloe. And if you want me to believe for a second that's that damn dog, you done lost your mind. You haven't lost your mind, because if they had the dog, why didn't Hank go get, not Hank, why Lally didn't go get her 2 years ago? Baby, put Chloe on the goddamn stand or I don't believe it. In fact, Chloe had to go to the vet. You gotta take your dogs to get shots every year. Her DNA got to be somewhere. They said Mayor had marched across Chloe. I think Chloe is dead, and they're not going to make me believe that is that damn dog. I'm sorry if I done got loud, because he really pissed me off right here.
It is an objective, a specific, and a substantive basis to draw a conclusion that there is no way to a degree of certainty that these wounds were caused by Chloe's mouth. In particular, Dr. Russell had opined not only that the bites were consistent with a dog wound, but she also opined about molars in different parts of the mouth. And since the defense has decided to likely identify particular teeth and structures as the basis to say it's comparable, consistent with a dog, we should be able to counter that in rebuttal, not in our case in chief, in rebuttal, that these molds showed to a reasonable degree of certainty that these wounds could not have been caused by Chloe. So it's exclusion, not inclusion.
It's an uphill battle for you, I'll tell you that. I'll
Sure
hear
is.
from Mr.
How the hell we know that's Chloe?
Thank you, Your Honor. I can go through this quickly. The National Academy of Science, the 2009 report Your Honor is referring to, there is no finding in that exclusion's okay, but inclusion is not. There's nothing in there to support that proposition. That's number one. Number two, with regard to the opinion of Dr. Crosby, he did use a mold, but he didn't use the overlay. In the NAS, I'll shortcut it, 2009, the only way you even get to discuss it is you have to have the mold and the overlay. Dr. Crosby doesn't have the overlay. So even not considering the first point I made, where that's allowed for humans, you need a mold and an overlay. So there is no basis in science for the proposition that with certainty this could not be Chloe. So in sum, the inclusion-exclusion distinction that Mr. Brennan tries to make is nowhere rooted in the NAS study. And the point that Your Honor made and that we have made consistently is that there's little difference between inclusion and exclusion when you get to the methodology that's employed. So we, Your Honor, would support what Your Honor's comment was in the beginning, and that is there should be no discussion with regard to Chloe on inclusion or exclusion basis. Thank you, Your Honor.
I agree. Because I don't
Did you
trust
wanna
them. They don't have that damn dog. They done tick me out. They know
I would simply suggest that there is no authority that I'm aware of that prohibits exclusion, none. And as a predicate, and I know it's a side matter, the idea of Chloe as a predicate, that requires third-party culprit. And so before there can even be discussion about that, there would have to be an offer of proof that we have not seen and has not been presented. So it really should be irrelevant. But if the defense is going to try to bring it up, it's going to become a live issue. And if we have an obligation or we have a need to rebut, we want to fully rebut any of those claims.
Okay, which is why originally I was going to hear this motion to reconsider after the defense presented their witnesses. So, all right, thank you. The substitute chemist, is there any objection to the substitute chemist? It's Commonwealth's motion 663.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Jim 63 is allowed.
No way,
Yes, Your
Val.
Honor.
No way.
So you both have motions that are similar regarding, it's the Commonwealth 669 and Defense 670, I believe. It's about the audio visual aids and giving notice. So you're both in agreement to give notice to the other side before you use anything, and have you done so with regard to openings?
The Commonwealth agrees to give notice. We've provided a number of clips of statements that we seek to use during the trial. I hope to narrow the ones that we're going to use specifically so the defense could have more notice of it. We have a clip that we'd like to offer in the opening. I'm not sure if our office has provided that to the defense. If not, we'll do that shortly after the hearing.
Okay.
Hey,
Who's arguing this for the defense, or who's telling me what's
I am,
going
Your
on?
Honor. We're happy to provide notice. We have not yet received the particular audio clip that the Commonwealth intends to use during opening, but we're happy to provide any visual aids that we intend to use as soon as today.
All right. I'd like to see what you both intend to use in your openings, because
thinking, Kay.
whether you agree with it or not, I have to make sure that it's admissible, that I know it will be coming into evidence before I let you put it up there.
That really is the
This is
motion.
for the court. The Commonwealth will provide a copy to defense. That's
Okay, thank you. Can I have the defense what you intend to put up?
Just a single photograph, Your Honor. I'll provide it to the court immediately after the hearing.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'll add that there are a number of statements that we have clipped. We, with the court's permission, would like to provide an entire package to the court so you can have an opportunity to view if you wanted to.
thank you. So I need the defense to look at this before the end of the hearing, because I don't want to bring everybody back tomorrow if you object to what the Commonwealth intends to put in their opening. Did you tell them what it is? Like, is it something that they already have?
They've had the materials, the interviews in total, but we've clipped the pieces that we want. It's been an ongoing process. I understand my office has sent a slew of those clips to the defense.
Okay,
I want to narrow it down. We're not going to use all of them unless
You know what?
there's a rebuttal portion, but I want to narrow down what we're giving them. But we've been over-inclusive in what we intend to provide.
The Commonwealth provided at least 44 clips. I'd ask for whatever they intend to actually use in their opening so we can look at it for.
I think that's what they just said. They're just going to
yes.
give
We'll
you.
give them the file name and if the court takes a recess, we'll give them the file
Yes,
name.
I'd like to do that just in case there's an objection, or I can bring you all back tomorrow or Friday, and I don't really want to do that to you. So,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll just take a look at that. Okay, so that sort of also covers, I guess, the Commonwealth's motion regarding the use of extrajudicial statements. And if you hang on while I grab that. Is there an objection to that motion?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Can I make a note?
yes, please.
The defense, I'm sure, is aware, but I want to point out as part of that motion, we're asking to have an independent reader, someone who is not an officer or involved in this case. I don't expect there'll be any emphasis or drama in the presentation of text messages, but I think an independent reader is fairer, more objective, and we'd like to have that independent reader take the stand at times throughout the case when we want to introduce certain text messages that don't involve a participant.
All right, how are you going to find this person?
Well, we could have somebody playing clothes from the state police, or we could find somebody that's agreeable to the defense, but I think it would be best if we have.
Now, what the hell we need a reader for text messages? Oh, I don't know how. Why are y'all thinking he wants a reader for text messages? And what text messages is he going to present that would, yeah, I'm confused on that part. Okay, they said just wait. Okay.
Have an independent reader who's available throughout the trial to play that role.
Thank you.
Okay,
Queen.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
yes.
Now don't come in here being messy. Said, look, Lightning said I'm late. I was working on my math homework for Trooper Paul. Baby, did you get it done? Or are you stuck? Because you know Trooper Paul gets stuck on them formulas, baby. I hope you're better than him. Why do we need an independent reader? Hell no, have Trooper Paul read his shit. Y'all, what? And now it clicks because he's saying He got to be talking about them trooper politics.
I don't know exactly which, I don't think we're in a position to agree or disagree at this point. I don't know exactly which text messages or which conversations are intended to be independently read. At the last trial, they simply came in through the person that found the text messages. Mr. Lally asked, I think, Mr. Garino, I can't remember his first name, Mr. Garino to recite the messages from both sides, and that was done pretty effectively and expeditiously. But unless I know more about exactly what the theater of having an independent reader is going to be like, I can't really weigh in.
Go ahead.
May I?
Yes.
Wherever there's a witness involved in the conversation, if those text messages are admissible, it would come in through the witness. Text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, there is no author of those.
But
And so
somebody went
we
through
will
it.
introduce those text messages, the admissible ones, at different parts in the trial when they become relevant. So it's not sufficient to simply have a state police officer who is not a witness to those text messages to come in and read them continuously through the trial.
But he saw it.
Mr. Garino is an independent witness in this case. To bring him back regularly as a police officer, I think is crazy.
See, now my question is, what messages are they trying to introduce in 2.0 that we didn't see in 1.0? Because now he's saying, at this part of my trial, I might want to just have a random ass date, January 3rd, and have somebody come read these messages. Like, what are we doing here? I think it's more text to prove Karen and John had problems.
Makes the wrong impression. I think objectively we can have somebody come in who simply reads those text messages when they're appropriate to introduce.
I would disagree gently with Mr. Brennan. That's exactly what the proper protocol is. If Mr. Garino is the one who found it, he's a state trooper, he found the text messages. He was the one who downloaded the data. He was asked about those text messages previously. I think having him come back, and it doesn't matter how many times he comes back, he's paid by the state.
That's what it sounds
5 times or 1 time. But to have somebody else come in or other individuals come in to act as readers, I think that is not in keeping with the ordinary course of presentation of the evidence. It just doesn't make sense to me to have a reader come in. It seems to add a theater to the text messages that are inappropriate. I don't know who these individuals would be. And the text messages are admissible because they're statement of a party opponent, and the other is the context of the statement of the party opponent. So I don't see any reason to change the protocol that we had last time.
Yeah, because
All right.
if I'm the reader, I'm up there reading messages like, and John, you got me fucked up. I don't know why you would do this shit to me. I don't know either. I would be changing my voice. So it would definitely add theater. I just don't think this is a good idea.
If I were to allow an independent reader, do you have a male and a female? Or would it be a male reading a female's responses?
I haven't identified anybody, but I can get a male and a female.
All right.
And that's exactly what we don't want. That's inappropriate. It's not going to be Mr. O'Keefe, and it's not going to be Ms. Reed. The text messages speak for themselves. The jurors should be able to analyze the words that are on the page, the text messages as they were written and drafted, not the inflections and the repartee between 2 independent people with motives that may or may not be consistent with the text messages. As we all know, it's a very, very different circumstance to have a text message communication with someone and have a conversation with someone, for instance, telephonically or verbally. People talk about it all the time. Things get lost in text messages. Having them read by a state trooper who found them.
So it can be perhaps not a state trooper. That's all. I understood it to be to take out all infliction and completely that.
Right. I heard Mr. Brennan say the same thing. I don't know that that's actually what's going to happen. And this lends itself to sort of a theatrical presentation that's completely unnecessary and could be incredibly objectionable. And then once it's done, it's done.
All right.
Damn.
I will consider it.
Damn.
That would be inappropriate.
Thank you. All right. Defendant's motion for specific discovery, paper 638, Jimmy. All right. Who's arguing it?
Yes, that's me, Judge. Good morning. Before court today, Mr. Brennan and I conferred, and I think we've largely reached agreement. The only numbered items on which we do not agree are 3 and 4, which are related. I will say as a preface that we are withdrawing request number 8. And with regard to request number 7, we've agreed on the following language, Judge, which I would read into the record. Number 7 would be any indication of a witness willing to change testimony in exchange for any consideration. With that, I would ask the court to allow the motion. With regard to 3 and 4, I believe that we should receive information if there's a witness who has expressed to the Commonwealth either a refusal or a reluctance to testify in this matter or to cooperate in any way.
Okay, there's no authority for that in Rule 14, correct?
We believe that it's consistent with Rule 14, which is why we've made the request.
Okay, where? Where in Rule 14 or the reporter's notes?
Relevant and discoverable. It applies to a witness's credibility, motives, intent, and that's the basis on which we make the request.
Okay, I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Number 5? Yes, with regard to number 5, we also talked about modifying the language. Mr. Brennan had taken it down for us. Any information of any witness regarding promises, inducements, or rewards to that witness.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, regarding 3 and 4, what's the Commonwealth's position?
Your Honor, that does not go to motive or credibility. It is not within Rule 14, should not be discoverable. It's irrelevant. It doesn't show any bias on behalf of the witness if they had any reluctance or concerns about testifying. I have been very broad in my agreements regarding discovery. Anything that is Rule 14, exculpatory, even their specific requests, which extend beyond Rule 14, I am more than happy to give them. But I think 3 and 4 are personal, irrelevant, and have nothing to do with bias or credibility.
Okay, thank you. All right. The ARCA witnesses.
Ooh, let's go.
Motions regarding that. So where do you stand, Mr. Brennan, with what has been provided and what you might think has not been provided?
There are 2 issues. There is the discovery that we have requested in the past. At this point, I stand unsatisfied with that discovery production. And then secondly, there is the limitations that should be imposed upon ARCA based on what has been provided pursuant to reciprocal discovery. I'd like to start with the second part, and that is we have a little chronology. December 5th, 2024, we submitted docket 442, Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, which was allowed by the court. There were a number of other motions which led to March 27, 2025, docket 640, Commonwealth's motion to compel reciprocal discovery of ARCA witnesses or to exclude their testimony. And then the next day, on March 28, 2025, the defense responded with docket 642, which was a response to docket 442. And so what we were looking for, not only Rule 14, but more specifically our discovery motion, was information from ARCA that would make clear the relationship between the ARCA witnesses and the defense back from its inception. It is important because that information, a thorough vetting of the information, may be a basis for the Commonwealth to inquire of these ARCA witnesses, if they're called, about candor, truthfulness, and full disclosure. And so while we've received some answers to our questions, we want a full vetting of that history. On a prior date, the court suggested that perhaps we could have a voir dire not regarding their qualifications, but regarding this very issue about the relationship between the witnesses and the defense. That is one viable option. My concern specifically is if they are subject to a voir dire the day before their testimony, they're traveling from out of state, they will not have with them documents and other items which are necessary for the Commonwealth's review and likely use during the examination. And so if the court was to maintain there would be a voir dire the day before the hearing, I would ask for an order from the court to order ARCA to bring the discovery that was ordered in the Commonwealth's discovery motion back on December 5th, 2024. The response by the defense, a large part of it is that it's not within their custody or control. And so these items, I expect, would be in the custody and control of these ARCA witnesses. There are a number of specific items which we sought in our discovery motions. Those items include communications, billing, emails, text messages, etc. And so those documents, if we do not obtain them in advance or the day before the witnesses are set to testify, we will never have an opportunity to send them home to get the materials that are relevant. So if the defense position is not in their custody and control, then I ask the court to order the ARCA witnesses to provide that information prior to the voir dire so that we can review it. Secondly, the defense has provided that they have retained the ARCA witnesses independently. We have received no new discovery other than communications and emails. What is concerning is that in the notice from the defense, there is some suggestion about the ARCA witnesses potentially rebutting or commenting on Mr. Welch's testimony. Discovery deadlines have passed some time ago. It would be inappropriate at this point to have any new opinions, any new information, any new reports. We have been steadfast from the beginning of this case, early on, about discovery deadlines. And so my expectation is if the ARCA witnesses testify, they would be required to testify pursuant to their February 12, 2024 report, and they would not be able to provide any further opinions, any further ideas, or any further reports. So the two things, to simplify it, that I'm looking for is for the court to have that voir dire, again for a limited purpose, to order ARCA witnesses to comply with the discovery order that the court has already imposed, and to have ARCA limited to the discovery that was properly provided before the discovery deadlines. Those are my three requests.
Okay, who's arguing this? Oh, Big Jack.
I want to go in reverse order briefly, if I could, concerning the discovery deadlines. We have continued to receive new notices of discovery from the Commonwealth well after the same deadlines that Mr. Brennan is now bringing up concerning ARCA. They filed their notice of completion or certificate of completion long ago, and we have consistently received new information from their experts, new reports, amended reports, redacted reports, additional information. Both sides understand that discovery is an ongoing situation, sometimes out of our control. To that point, on March 26, 2025, we received for the first time official notice from the United States Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice that we, the defense, or either side, the Commonwealth as well, were free to engage ARCA directly as expert witnesses in this case. On that same day, we contacted the Commonwealth. Actually, the very next day, we contacted the Commonwealth and provided them information that we would be and had engaged them. We've provided the engagement agreement. We've provided them with all discovery that we have appropriate there too. And insofar as, or to the extent that any additional testing and or analysis is completed by those experts, because keep in mind, it's only been, we can count it in days that we've actually been able to engage them. If there is in fact additional testing and or analysis that is noteworthy, then we will, or that we intend to use, we will obviously provide that to the Commonwealth forthwith, which we indicated in our moving papers. We will maintain that posture throughout. And if there is additional information to be disclosed, it will be disclosed. It will be disclosed in a timely manner. We do not have anything as yet as we stand here today, but we.
What do you think a timely manner is? What ballpark are you talking?
When I get a report, I will turn it over the same day. If I get a report, I will turn it over the same day. If I get a new analysis, I will turn it over the same day. If we get new testing results, we will turn those over the same day that we get them. In other words, I can't control the conduct of the experts. They may or may not be engaging in additional testing or analysis, but if they are, once I get it, we'll turn it over. So that's all I can say to that. We're not holding anything back. We're not hiding anything. We're, as soon as we get something, if we get it, to the extent that there is additional analysis or testing done, that will be turned over forthwith. With regard to docket number 642, we did, Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. We did respond in detail to every single one of the 12 requests that the Commonwealth has made. I'm happy to go through those if the court wishes me to, but.
Hold on one second. Mr. Brennan, are there specifics that you say are still outstanding of the 13 or however many points there were? Because this is on what you filed. So this is not unusual. A party says, we asked for all 13, another party says we gave them to you, and then the party says, I don't have them. Can we narrow this? Is there anything specifically that Mr. Jackson should address?
Yes. Their response is that it's not in their custody or control.
So for which ones? Which of your numbers?
Number one, a complete statement of all opinions to be expressed by Daniel Wolf.
Okay.
And their response is the information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has already been produced. That obviously understates the fact that they would hope to have new opinions. That is the very point that this is not.
What's wrong with that? Oh,
The discovery deadline has passed. And so I would like to talk about or respond after Attorney Jackson is done about what is going to evolve from this conversation. This is exactly what I was worried about back in November, what I expected might happen and should not have happened. So it's difficult now to parse the different pieces of my discovery request, but we do not have all of the billing, all of the communications, all the text messages, all the emails between the parties. And if the defense's position is not in their custody and control, well, it's certainly in the custody and control of ARCA. We do not have all prior reports, all prior tests.
how do you know?
Photographs, pictures. We don't even know who was what part of this report.
Okay.
And so my tolerance about this ongoing development of discovery is a extraordinary problem for me. This is the number one issue I anticipated and that I've tried to prevent.
Okay. So address number one, Mr. Jackson.
The number one issue that Mr. Brennan has anticipated and tried to prevent is ARCA testifying. Let's just call it like it is.
So address number one, please.
I
Okay.
am. That's what I'm doing, Your Honor. We have provided on April 12th, about 1,000 pages, additional pages, responsive to the request specific to ARCA. The response that we provided to request number one is as follows. The information in the possession, custody, and control of the defense has already been produced and can be found in the ARCA report, the voir dire testimony, and the trial testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. That is specifically in response to request number one. What we have, they have. Mr. Brennan constantly stands up and says, we don't have all the emails, we don't have all the communications, et cetera. They have everything. We've already turned that over. There is nothing that we have not turned over that's in our possession. With regard to the new information that Mr. Brennan says, this is exactly what I was worried about, et cetera. We could not engage these experts until we got permission from the Department of Justice. The federal government had to give us permission. They gave both sides permission on March 26th, 2025. We immediately, Your Honor, as best we could, leapt into action to contact ARCA and engage them formally so that they could act as experts for the defense in this case in furtherance of potential testimony moving forward. We do not have additional testing results. We do not have additional analysis. We do not have additional reports or findings as yet because it's only been a few days. If we get those, we will turn those over immediately. And that's all we can be expected to do. If the court wishes to go through the others, it's listed as 13, but there's actually 12 requests. I'm happy to do that. If the court's satisfied with.
I have a question. It was my question last time when they testified. It wasn't clear to me who did what each witness did regarding testing, preparation, things that are normal cross-examination. Is that clarified any better? They said we. They talked about we did this, we did that.
Well, I would disagree with that. Dr. Rinchler talked about what he did, which was more on the biological side.
There was a difference between the
and
two.
Dr. Wolf talked about what he did on the mechanical side. They did discuss what their individual or their specific capacity was and their expertise. We have not received any additional report to that effect. Everything that is in the report is exactly what the Commonwealth received at the same time that the defense received it. And it's exactly what they testified to both in the voir dire and in the trial. There's no clarification that we haven't asked for clarification. If there is clarification in any new analyses, that will be turned over immediately as well.
Is there anything that they're going to say they cannot provide because of the federal investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I haven't asked them if there's communications that Mr. Brennan is asking for that they can't provide. I haven't asked them that because I've not deigned to.
Can we consult with counsel just for a moment?
Sure.
It's like Babs, are they gonna be clear? It was clear to me that the second guy,
Right. Ms. Liu was
to your body.
I was getting to the point, but she emphasized, and I will emphasize it here, the one thing that the U.S. government has said to both the Commonwealth and to us is in furtherance of their testimony, in furtherance of their engagement, they still are not allowed to detail confidential communications that they had with the U.S. government and the Department of Justice.
But can they testify as to what they did?
Yes, that is on. That's
Can
on the
they
table.
testify under what direction they did these things?
Well, they can certainly testify to what they did. Absolutely, that is on the table. Every bit of testing, every bit of analysis.
But why they did it?
What their communications were, what their directives were, that is confidential. And
Can I see Counsel Tagbar, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder for those of you that are saying, "Oh, the FBI case is closed; they're not charging anybody." Why is all of this? Why is this confidential? We already played it, Forrest. We already played it. We've already seen it. We saw it right before we started opening statements. My thing is, why people are saying they think that this case is closed. Why is the FBI being so iffy about this information? Why those people can't testify what they were told to do? Oh, this must be serious. They still up there, y'all. Hold up, I might have to move a different way because they are still up there. Hold on. I don't think it's closed, y'all. I don't think it's closed. I don't think so. I don't think so, Jen. I think they waiting to see.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you're saying that the ACRA witnesses did not do anything, did not read anything, did not consult anything, did not try any additional experiments or come to any findings other than everything that's in that report?
That is correct. That's what we've been told. We have no reason to believe otherwise. Everything that they did, everything they were asked to do, and all the data that they were provided upon which to base their opinions and conclusions is provided in the report, and was all subject to cross-examination, both at the voir dire and at trial.
All right, and then subsequent to that, information was provided by Mr. Yannetti, and you have that all documented, whatever information the ACRA authorities now are working on is information provided by Mr. Yannetti or his file?
So there's two issues. I want to make sure I don't conflate these. Mr. Brennan mentioned a subpoena that Mr. Yannetti had received at his office.
Mr. Yannetti had brought it up in open court.
Correct. That subpoena was honored, as we had to, obviously, as Mr. Yannetti had to honor it. For every single NOD that we got from the Commonwealth, that was then submitted to the federal authorities.
When was that done?
It was done periodically since the subpoena came into his desk.
When did it start?
I don't remember the days. September 1st, 2022.
Thank you.
I didn't remember the specific date, but it was very early on. So the Department of Justice, or the U.S. Attorney's Office, was receiving information pursuant to that subpoena in an ongoing basis. But I want to make clear, that's not information that was then going to ARCA. The U.S. Attorney's Office decided what information, and the FBI decided what information to supply to ARCA to answer their questions.
Do you know what information was provided?
Yes, it's in the report. There were 14 categories of items that were provided to ARCA, and they said that's all that we were provided.
All right, so then it's accurate to say items that are in the notices of discovery that ARCA does not list were not provided to them?
Correct. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah, they were provided a very narrow, it was a narrow scope of work, if you will, that did not.
No, y'all, I'm with Forrest on this. It sounds like Bev is fishing, because think about this, guys. This FBI investigation came out the blue. Nobody knew what was happening, what was going on. Shocked all of them. You have to have watched enough crime shows to know that local government does not like when the FBI can come step on their territory. Bev doesn't really know what's going on. She trying to figure it out too. Bev trying to see what's up, because y'all, they are in the blind. They are in the blind. Bev does not know these people, where they came from, what's going on, and she trying to question AJ because she thinks he knows. Hell, he doesn't know either. They only know what they're told. Did you hear the man say they couldn't even reach out to ARCA until March of 2025? They testified the year before. Bev wants to know what they know. And they said, if you scared, you scared. Bev might be about, we might see Bev and that blonde. We might see her in a jail picture. We never know. No one knows but the feds, and that is scary for Bev. We don't know what Bev got going on. She been definitely a little biased, but hell, it ain't scaring her too bad because it's not stopping her.
Include the myriad things that we were getting in NODs.
All right, then you started providing them information to fill in those gaps, right?
Once we provide.
Look at how she worded that. Oh my God. Then you start providing them information to fill in those gaps. Bev.
Once we received information from Dr. Welcher, for instance, we knew that we wanted at least to explore the idea of rebutting some of that information, from a biomechanic standpoint, and we wanted them to have basically a mirror image of what Dr. Welcher was provided.
All right, so when
that's
did you
what
do?
we provided to them.
When did you do that?
I want to say March 26th or 27th. I think it's in the motion. Just take a quick look.
Okay.
Is Bev not reading my motion?
additional discovery for the experts for their review on March 26, 2025. That same day, the defense was provided all the additional materials to ARCA, including Dr. Welch's reports and all of his findings, including the 140-page PowerPoint, et cetera. We wanted them to have everything that Dr. Welcher had, as well as Dr. Welch's reports and findings.
All right, and you say that you will have that, you expect in the next 3 days or so.
Oh,
You
I didn't say 3 days. I said, I think we can count it in days, not weeks. So I would expect if there is something that we're going to receive, it's probably in the next week or 10 days, I would guess.
All right.
We are acting as efficiently as we possibly can, but we can only do so much, given the fact that we were only provided access to hire ARCA on March 26th.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
This is the very issue I've been concerned about since the beginning of this case. And I've made every effort to alert the court that I had a concern, in fact, that I anticipated this very thing would happen. When I began this case, beginning of October, end of September, my first analysis was of the past history of this case and dropping experts and information during trial. My attempt was never to preclude ARC from testifying, never. But it was to preclude the defense from trying this case by ambush.
What?
And it was my primary concern. And that is why I filed motions from the beginning.
I'm sorry, how are they trying the case by ambush when these are the very same experts that testified in the last trial? Okay.
In this case, Your Honor must remember, I was filing notices of intention, notices anticipating, things that are not routine because I knew this very thing would happen. We had ARCA witnesses where I still do not believe we have had full disclosure.
What?
Regardless of whose fault it is, I still do not believe we have full disclosure. Not just for the basis of opinion, but regarding communications between the defense and ARCA. That's why I filed this motion for discovery. And when the defense responds, it's not in their possession of control. That's why these ARCA witnesses who've made representations to this court about not knowing the defense and the limited interaction with the defense, they need to be held accountable.
What?
That information should come directly from the ARCA witnesses if the defense can't or won't produce it. I believe there will be information that ARCA has if you order them to bring in all of their communications, email, phone call records, billing, and text messages. And if it exists, I would like to see it. I think I'm entitled. The ARCA witnesses provided a report that blurs the roles of the parties. I can live with that. I can accept that. The ARCA witnesses provide a report that does not have a lot of information about their study and notes. I can accept that because I have prepared for it. But what I haven't prepared for is for the defense to wait until the last minute, then move for a tour request, which they know will take time, then provide information to ARCA on the eve of opening statements.
What?
And then expect to come in with new opinions and information reports after we've already given an opening statement. It's not only trial by ambush. It not only takes away the Commonwealth's ability and right to prepare, it creates a disadvantage that information and argument is already made to the jury without complete information that they should have had. They could have retained any expert they wanted. They didn't have to wait for ARCA witnesses.
But they
They've
won't
had 3 years.
ARCA.
They could have retained any accident reconstructionist.
How the hell is he up here mad because they chose to go with ARCA? Hell, I would go with ARCA. Do y'all remember how happy Dr. Wolf was about that damn cannon? I want a person who's passionate about their work like that. I want somebody who walked into this case, didn't know my client, and came to the conclusion I thought. How the hell you gonna tell them who they can hire? First of all, you didn't even know that the trial was gonna start this fast. So, baby, please get the hell out of here.
They wanted, but they waited.
Yes.
They moved with a TUI letter on February 7th, 2025. Anybody with experience, including the defense, knows it takes time. If they really wanted the ARCA witnesses, they could have moved in November. We gave Judd Welch's CV in November.
Is he missing a damn part? Didn't he get the same letter they got from the DOJ? They couldn't go near ARCA until the DOJ gave them the okay. Okay.
We met our discovery deadlines, and they were hard. There was more we would have done or wanted to do, but we couldn't because we honored our obligations to the court and the discovery orders. We provided the discovery pursuant to the orders so that they would be held to the same standard. And now we hear they waited until February 7th, 2025 for a tour request. And now they're giving new information to ARCA to come back and potentially give new opinions that we have no ability for our experts to evaluate. We have no ability for our experts to then go through and conduct more testing. This is the core of preparing for the case. They had that obligation. And so now to allow them to do this, it's not an aberration. This is a continued pattern from the last trial.
No.
They have their ARCA witnesses, they have their report. That is all pursuant to the discovery deadlines. To now let them change the rules and come in tomorrow, the next day, or 10 days from now and have new opinions after we've already told the jury our theory and our science and not have a chance
Y'all don't have science.
to rebut it or consider it. I'll have no time during trial to sit down with the experts and assign them to review new information, new reports. I'll have no time to go back and reconsider the order of witnesses or the information we need or witnesses that we've decided we don't need in this case and scheduling. If it wasn't so obvious this was going to happen, I wouldn't be so upset about it. At some point, the defense has to be held to the same standard of discovery obligation. This isn't late notice. This isn't parachuting in. This is an effort they decided to make and wait until February 7, 2025. Your Honor, I ask you to allow ARCA to testify, allow them to testify to their report, be confined to the report that has met discovery deadlines, and to produce the request that the court ordered regarding discovery of the information that we want. That's what I ask this court to do.
Your Honor, what appears to be feigned indignation is just not consistent with the facts. We didn't receive Judd Welcher's report until basically February 2025. We received a report, I think it was January 31st, 2025, and we read it for the first time the next day on February 1st. Nobody's been dragging their feet. There is no ambush. This feigned indignation is just not consistent with the facts, Your Honor. The court hadn't ruled that we could even use ARCA until just a few weeks ago. We have been moving expeditiously to try to rebut a witness that the Commonwealth disclosed in February of 2025. By mid-March, we asked for a TUI request. We asked for a TUI permission, or asked permission to engage them through a TUI request. That does take time. We did it expeditiously. We weren't waiting for some advantage. As soon as we got the request approved, we immediately, that day, engaged them, and immediately that same day provided the Commonwealth notice that we had engaged them, and we intend to use them to, at the very least, to address Judd Welcher's testimony or his reports, the last iteration of which we got on March 24th. So if you want to talk about dates and chronology, what's good for the goose should be equally good for the gander. Mr. Brennan has been consistently providing us with new discovery after his certificate of compliance has been well done, the ink is well dry. We have a right, we have an obligation to address and to meet his new discovery. For instance, Judd Welcher's opinions and conclusions, with rebuttal opinions and conclusions, if we can. And I want to make sure that we're not conflating two separate issues. One is the information that ARCA had outside of any of our control. Nobody in this courtroom could have reasonably controlled what information they had.
But you did say that's all listed in the report and there's nothing more.
I was just about to say, the communications that they had with U.S. Attorney's Office, I don't have any access to that. That's confidential. But I do know what they provided to them for their analysis. That is all listed in the report. And both sides have had that from the day we received the reports, the federal disclosures. Both sides have had those. So nobody was in any disadvantage in the first trial, and certainly nobody is at a disadvantage in this trial. We're simply trying to meet our obligations as we could within the confines of the rules that were set up in no small part by the federal government. And now those strictures have largely been lifted, and we're moving forward as expeditiously as we possibly can.
Rather than addressing their obligations, it's always an attempt to assign blame. The government or the Commonwealth gave us late disclosures. The changes in Judge Welcher's PowerPoint were by exclusion. Attorney Alisi had concerns about certain things in the report, so we took things out of the report. There's a difference.
So you first provided it in November, then you're saying?
No, we provided, pardon me. We provided his CV in November, and then we provided on our discovery deadlines, January 31st, 2025. And then on February 5th, we provided all of the detailed background notes, references. And so we met our discovery deadlines. The changes to Mr. Welch's report have been the complaints, understandably, about what they believed was hearsay or inadmissible. So we removed pieces. There was no new testing. There was no new reports with information changing any of the things.
According to Mr. Alesi, who is much more facile with the facts of what's in Judge Welcher's report, that's not quite true. There were additions made to the latest iteration of his report. And Mr. Brennan just admitted that February 5th was the first time that we received all of the information from Judge Welcher. The next month, within a few weeks of that, that's when we received permission to hire ARCA. That's when we received permission to engage ARCA. That's when we provided the individuals at ARCA with everything that we had been provided just the month earlier. So there's no ambush. There's no attempt at taking an advantage vis-a-vis time. It just doesn't, the arguments just don't play, not with the facts and the chronology of what we've been doing and we're continuing to do.
All right, thank you. I think is the only thing left the motion to sequester Aiden Kearney to remove him from the sequestration order. Is that the only thing that's now left outstanding?
No, Your Honor. There's also a motion in limine that was outstanding. It's the Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit reference to any pending internal affairs investigations.
Yes, where do we stand with that? I thought that you were going to.
We've had a chance to review the file. If there's any statements that are relevant, we think the defense is entitled to use those statements for impeachment or cross-examination. As far as the rulings, the administrative body's rulings, that should not be permissible. It's an opinion of a third party, and then it will open the door to the explanation that those sustained findings are limited to certain conduct, but don't include other types of conduct, which we would need to rebut. A third party's opinions are not admissible to impeach a witness.
The defense vehemently disagrees with that assertion. That's not the state of the law. We did provide notice to the Commonwealth of what we intended to admit at trial. The Commonwealth was conversely ordered to provide notice to the defense of what they were specifically asking to keep out. That was supposed to be done 2 weeks ago. I emailed Mr. Brennan the next day after it was due. They did not respond. I was told this morning they're seeking to exclude everything. I would like to be heard on that, Your Honor.
All right, so I don't have a copy of what it is you intend to introduce, right?
No, we provided notice to the Commonwealth, but
So I need that. Do you have it?
I can articulate it to the court. We want to admit the sustained findings that have been made against 4 separate officers in this case.
You know what? I do need that in writing. I need this in writing. I need a Commonwealth's response.
We needed to have a ruling on this in advance of,
Excuse me?
we need to have a ruling on this in advance of Monday.
Right.
I can try to get that to you today.
All right. Get it to me today. I'll decide it tomorrow.
Okay. Are we allowed to make an oral argument as to this issue? It has been briefed already by the Commonwealth.
Okay. You know, what I need is, I wasn't expecting this here today, so what I need is the paper number. I think it's the Commonwealth's motion to exclude, but the last I had it as, it wasn't under advisement. You were going to figure out what the objection was and what you wanted to put in. All right, so we need to take a recess anyway, so that you can look at the video to see whether there's an objection to the opening. So why don't we take a 15-minute recess? And Ms. Little, if you can provide just the paper number and what the Commonwealth's response was.
It's paper number 588.
All right. So Jim, I need that.
All rise for the court, please.
I would say that's only the audio, there's a visual that goes with it, but because it comes from a broadcast, we have to copy it differently.
Okay.
That's the audio, but there will be the visual with it that was aired.
Okay. I was able to see the video.
Super.
Okay. All right. Were you as well, Ms. Little?
Yes, we were able to see the video and we have no objection. And I did also provide, there's only a single photograph we intend to display. It will be an admitted exhibit. I provided a copy to counsel. I will also send that to the court as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll hear you on this motion. Ms. Little, I'll hear your response to the Commonwealth's motion.
So during the break, we had an opportunity to discuss this issue with the Commonwealth.
Okay.
I believe we are in agreement on most of the issues.
Okay,
They have agreed that we are allowed to bring in the sustained findings as they relate to Trooper Proctor, Trooper Buchnick, Detective Lieutenant Tully.
okay,
The only issue that we need to work out, Your Honor, is with regard to Kevin Albert. And so we will continue to discuss that. I'm not as concerned in terms of timing with that particular issue.
okay.
If the court will give us, another day or two to discuss with the
Sure.
Commonwealth, if there's a remaining issue, we can address that promptly with the court.
Okay, can we address, is it something you need for your opening?
It's not.
Okay, all right, so yes, we'll address it sometime next Tuesday or Wednesday. Take your time in working it out, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, so now is the only thing left the motion that Mr. Bradle's here for?
As far as I know.
Okay. All right. Morning, Mr. Bradle.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Jim, you have that. All right, I probably have it here too. I have one, Jim, thanks. All right, I will hear you. Let me just ask, Commonwealth, you're moving to, sorry, you stay right there, Mr. Bradle. Mr. Brennan, you're asking for sequestration on all the witnesses other than the ones that have already been decided, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
So there was already an order on who is.
Child, I'm back. I'm back and I got to go back. You mean to tell me Bev couldn't hear them argue about the internal affairs investigation? So there is an internal affairs investigation. Somebody on X was bringing it up yesterday, but I didn't know what they were talking about. Kevin, who is it, y'all? Kevin Proctor? Is it Buchanan? Y'all, what the hell? Yo, I mean, and then Bev just want to skip. Oh, I'm more prepared to talk about that today. Bev, you said you need it in writing. She's going to give it in writing, but you don't even want an overview of what she's talking about. Y'all, this is insane. Alice, you didn't see that part? Hold on, because I do see the chat talking about Proctor's fired. And y'all are saying something about First Amendment. Okay, maybe that's what they're talking about right now.
Was exempt from all the witnesses other than the ones that have already been decided, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
So there was already an order on who is exempt from the sequestration order, family members. We discussed, and there was an order on all of this.
Yes.
Are you asking that Aiden Kearney be sequestered?
I am. He's a named witness.
Okay.
Okay, is that Turtle Boy, guys? That name? Tully, Buchanan, Kevin went through IA and were disciplined. God damn it. Okay, I need to know, is this Turtle Boy's name? The Aiden name that she just said? Okay. And they want him sequestered, so they don't want him to watch any part of the trial? They don't want him to watch any part of the trial? Let me write the name down so I can remember the name. Wait a minute. They don't want him to. Who the hell is he on the witness list for? Or report on it? What? Can't watch or report. Okay. What? Y'all, what witness list is he on? The Commonwealth. Risa, now you know it's some bullshit. They don't have anything to ask that man. They don't have anything. Oh, God. Y'all, they don't have anything to ask that man. Oh, it's definitely a tactic. They don't have anything they want to ask that man. They're going to do just like they did with Duke. They're going to get to the day he's supposed to testify and say, I don't think we're going to call him. Child.
Does the Commonwealth intend to call him in your case in chief?
It depends on the development of the case. There are two issues that are important. The one in case in chief is whether or not there's any development of third-party culprit. If there is, Mr. Kearney becomes a more important witness.
What?
And we'll have to assess that as the case progresses. The other is rebuttal.
Ryan.
If the defense calls the defendant to the stand, then it is a strong likelihood that we would call Mr. Kearney.
Okay.
Those are two things that I can't anticipate at this time.
Okay. All right. Now I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor. Judge, we don't have an offer of proof. I'll try to argue in the interest of time, and I think I know where the court's going with this, based on the prosecutor's statements and the context. So with that understanding, Judge, I would just start by saying that there's really no reason to beat around the bush here, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is not going to call my client, Mr. Kearney, who for the record is in the second row here today.
Can I just ask, if he were to call your client, would he take the fifth?
Yes, Judge, and I just should clarify for that.
Okay.
That is under the government's, the obviously well-established position of Norfolk County law enforcement. What we contend is a twisted interpretation of the witness intimidation statute, that seeking to contact witnesses, seeking to question people is witness intimidation.
Okay, so just focus back on.
So the answer is yes. I'm sorry. The answer is yes, Judge.
Okay. So let me hear from you on that, Mr. Brennan.
Sure. Your Honor, under the government's interpretation of this statute, Your Honor, the government is seeking to first.
No, I'm sorry. What I said was, I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan. And you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that's okay. I don't want to hear about the witness intimidation statute, other than if I don't sequester your client, I would be inclined to do just like I did before. The witnesses who are the subject of the indictments, Mr. Kearney will have to be outside the courtroom when they testify.
We anticipated that, Your Honor, and I won't say that we would agree to that, but I understand the court's position there, and I can see that would be a resolution the court might land on.
Okay. Now I'm going to let Mr. Brennan speak, and then I'll hear you again, Mr. Bradel.
Thank you.
Your Honor, you have questions?
Yes. What if he takes the fifth?
If he asserts his Fifth Amendment privilege, I think there is no realistic likelihood that we would call him. There's obviously procedures the Commonwealth could follow, but I have no belief that will happen. So I expect if he actually asserts his Fifth Amendment privilege, I would no longer have a good faith basis to say that there would be a need for sequestration. I would ask the court to impose the prior limitations with named victims and also minor witnesses.
Okay.
But I would, as a predicate, he would need to assert his fifth.
Do you need that to be done formally, or do you want it to be done formally?
I do.
Mr. Bradel, do you want to do that now?
Judge, I'm happy to assert that on his behalf.
We'd reject that invitation. If he wants to assert the Fifth Amendment privilege, he can assert it.
Okay. Do you want to call him now and do that now, Mr. Bradel, or not? Do you want to talk with your client? And
7 minutes.
sure. Why don't?
Did Hank just say he would not take it from the attorney? He wants Turtle Boy to get up there and do it himself? What the hell is going on in Canton? Well, Massachusetts, wherever this is, what the hell going on? Yo. Listen, Lauren, I'm with you there. I'm with you there. If Bev thinks, listen, it's only right. I'm cool with that part. But I'm glad he wasn't sequestered. That was too much. I'm okay with that. And it sounds like he's okay with it. Y'all, this man said that man said he is not taking it from the lawyer. He said he wants that man to get up there.
You know what? I'll give you more than a minute, Mr. Bradel. Can the staff work through lunch for a little bit?
Yes.
everybody stay? All right. Mr. Bradel, why don't I give you 10 minutes to talk to him? We'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Hi, Mr. Brennan, do you agree that Mr. Kearney has a Fifth Amendment right?
I think he has a Fifth Amendment privilege. I don't know that he has a Fifth Amendment privilege to all questions we would ask, but the content that we would go into, I think he clearly would have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
All right, so you're not asking for a Lumen Martin hearing?
I'm not. I think I necessarily would have to delve into issues regarding his open indictments against a number of different victims.
Okay.
And I think there's other information that I can't discuss for other reasons because of court orders.
Well, Ms.
Okay.
Miller,
All right, thank you.
I would suggest that the court could take judicial notice of the 16 indictments against him.
So the Commonwealth concedes, and I believe there's a valid Fifth Amendment right. So
I ask that you just allow me to make the representation on behalf of Mr. Kearney that he would in fact invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. Commonwealth agrees to it. I ask that you just allow me to make the representation and leave it there.
Oh, sure. Is there any objection for everybody hearing this?
There is. I would like Mr. Kearney to consider his Fifth.
Oh, I thought you wanted a basis. No, I'm going to see Mr. Kearney here at sidebar with just you, Mr. Bradel.
Thank
And
you.
all recording devices are off.
Thank you.
FTR goes to sealed, Tori and Chrissy.
y'all, it's like a match. Turtle was like, nope, you can do it. If you're my lawyer, you can do it. Maybe that lawyer getting up there saying, I'm just asking that you just take it from me. And Hanky told me, no, I reject it. Oh, for Bev to say, oh, I'm going to just have him come to the sidebar anyway. Oh, my word. Not Bev changed her voice like me. Alice, let's not be messy over here. Listen, Bev says she see the game that they trying to play and she doesn't want any parts of it. Just come to the sidebar. Just let's have a sidebar. You can tell me you're going to assert your Fifth Amendment rights and I'll relay it. Why can't this be heard? Honestly, y'all, I'm going to say this. It sounds like his attorney was trying to say, listen, my client is going to assert his Fifth Amendment rights and be done with it. Hank wouldn't take it. And so I think Bev sees that
Tori, Jim.
They going back and forth. Let me just hear it. And it's like she's in a meeting. I see why
All right, so Mr. Brennan, I've just had a colloquy with Mr. Kearney, with his lawyer present, obviously. I find, and the Commonwealth concedes, that he does have a valid Fifth Amendment right. I find that there's a valid basis for him to invoke that Fifth Amendment privilege, and I find that if he were called to testify, he would in fact invoke that Fifth Amendment privilege. So based on that, he will be exempt from the sequestration order, except as to, and I need a list of the named witnesses who are the alleged victims in the current indictments.
Oh,
I accept those findings.
hold on, guys. Let me tell BG. No, so BG, from what I've learned from watching the case and on X, he has been very instrumental in getting this case the recognition that it has gotten. He's actually in the area. He has they say he's facing 16 felonies, witness intimidation, countless other things. And he's very, very popular in the Karen Reed universe. He's a reporter. I think he's done over 500 some articles, videos combined around the case. He is in the courtroom, BG. He's actually sitting on the back row. So, and for those of you that are new here, BG is one of our visually impaired millionaires. So sometimes we have to explain. He's on the back row, BG. And his lawyer was trying to do the Fifth Amendment assertion for him, but the prosecutor was not happy with that, wanted him to do it. And people are in the chat are saying they wanted him to do it for the news. But Bev had him come up to the bench and they did a sidebar and she just took it that way.
Things will provide the court with a list of the named victims. We also would like to have the court consider the two minors in that list.
Oh, yes, I think I did that last time as well.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, so is that it for today?
Judge, if I may, just for the record, maintain the same objection I had at the last trial. Don't need to make any
Oh,
further commentary
sure.
on it, just in case there's any further action, which I don't anticipate right now.
Okay.
But just for the record, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're all set until Tuesday, I believe. I'll get
Thank you.
orders out. Oh, stipulations were just given to me. I have not had a chance to read them.
BG, Erica said you blind, not deaf. But still, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Do you? All right, this looks like you all made some progress
Thank you, BG.
in a way that where the jury will be happy that you've cut down the amount of time that they may be here otherwise. Okay. Anything else today?
The only thing I would ask the court to consider is with regard to the speaker, the reader issue.
Oh, okay.
If the Commonwealth intends to go forward with that, I would ask that that be put in a formal motion so we have something to respond to. I think research on that is in order.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Doesn't have to be lengthy and
And it is something that we've done.
right. Understood. I would like to see what I'm going to have to look at what the law in Massachusetts is concerning that and what the sort of parameters are.
Okay.
I just think because of the potential prejudicial effect on Ms. Reed, I'd like to have something in writing. That's all.
It is in the extrajudicial motion. If there's something separate the court wants briefed, we're happy to do it, but it's already in the motion that we provided regarding extrajudicial statements.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right, for the court, please.
Whip. Okay, y'all. Let's see. I have one more thing. Because I don't want to get my videos mixed up. Motion to dismiss. Oops, hold up. Okay, y'all, this is the last one. This should run us right into 6. This is the motion to dismiss that people have been talking about as well. I want to, while we're watching motions hearings, I want to go ahead and watch that one. Hold on. This was a month ago for people that are watching. They haven't seen this one. It's a month ago.
We were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates
Yeah, this one is the motion to dismiss.
that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is I don't know, if it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them. And that's the galling issue.
Oh, it does say continue. So hold on just a second. Hold on, y'all. Why did they split the videos up like that? Let me see what day this was on. This was on here. That's a continue. Okay, y'all. I got it now. This is a this must be their local. It's actually like 3 hours long. Their video is so clear. Their video is so clear on this is actually a local news station.
Away from cameras to not
Deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence.
most of the day focusing on
Sorry, y'all. Let me get the line. Sorry, y'all. I forgot that when they have these news stations, they'll pop in and pop in. Let's go to line crime. Well, yeah, this one says 2 months ago. Y'all, I'm just having my videos are a little off. Hold on, let me see what y'all saying. Yeah, I'm about to say, Lauren, my videos must be off because let me go here first. Because the one that I see here is from 8 months ago. 8 months ago. The motion to dismiss, it was from 8 months ago. And it wasn't a really long hearing either. Who is this man? This a really old man here. Hold on, y'all. Trial. And the reason I didn't go to trial and law is because I don't know if y'all have heard this, because I don't really like to use anyone really other than Law and Crime, Court TV, just because I don't want to have no problems with other channels. I don't want to have problems with other channels. Why? I gotta click on it from my phone and send it to myself, Lauren. Because I wonder if that's what I'm on right now. Is this a wrong one? Okay, I think that says 1 month ago. So hold on, let me send this to myself. Oh my God. Eric, I don't know how I missed it. Oh, there we go. Okay, y'all. I got it now. Okay, now I have it. Let me pull it up. I had to send it to myself. Oh yeah, this one is 5 hours. I definitely didn't have that one. The one I had is about a little over 2 hours. All right.
Discussion at sidebar. We were told for the very first time, Your Honor, about this issue concerning the juror and concerning the individual who reported information suggesting that there was some sort of misconduct at sidebar by the court with no additional information.
No, I didn't tell you about the role. I
I'm
didn't know
getting
who
to
it
that.
was.
I'm getting to that because that was the next conversation that we had. When we were told on the day of closing argument to approach sidebar, the court indicated through multi-level hearsay, we'll all agree that it was some sort of multi-level hearsay suggestion that there was some sort of misconduct by the jurors or by a specific juror. We pressed the issue at sidebar and asked who the source was. At that time, for the first time, we were told the name Lieutenant Fanning. We obviously
You were not,
recognized
just
that.
so we're clear, you were not told that by me.
No, we were told that by, and I'm getting to that as well. We were told that by Ms. McLaughlin. She's the one that indicated that it was reported. I'm sorry. That's not right. That's not right. We pressed the issue on who was the source. I believe the court then inquired of one of the court officers.
Who are in charge of the jury?
Your Honor, I'm getting to that. I understand that. But if you'll allow me to make the argument and to indicate what as my declaration says, my good faith belief, based on reasonable belief, this is how we get there. We were then asked, or the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say, and by the way, he indicated that Lieutenant Fanning had reported this, supposedly gotten it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time. As the court knows, there was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever, no recording, even though this report to the court through the court officer from Lieutenant Fanning indicated that this juror may be, quote unquote, may be on a recording. And the court confronted that juror with that information. There was a brief colloquy with the juror where she said, not that I remember. No, that was the initial statement that she said in terms of any misconduct. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the defense's objection, this very potentially defense-friendly juror was then excused. During that discussion at sidebar, that's when Ms. McLaughlin explained for the very first time to the defense that who Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required, period, end quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
and
he has.
I'm just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute. Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation than securing the jurors. That is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations.
Y'all know when he said that word, I'm thinking about Glenville. He told Brian Steele, you have, what did he say? The sacrosanctity of my chambers. He said Brian Steele had all that eavesdropping. You're not going to do it.
Court embraces, and we were told, I didn't make it up. Ms. McLaughlin told us. We were told he was the commander, not part of a security operation that was outside the court, not part of a security operation that helped parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
you were told that at sidebar that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning. The court
I think it was
declined.
Ms. Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss, because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals, or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case, and he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I don't like it. They have like names.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson. Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way. So now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized?
Is there evidence
you know it's not true?
Is there evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access, either direct or indirect, with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on from that. So,
well, the court's asking what is our evidence of, or what's our indication of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason. Because he was at least within the orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case. And he ends up, just ironically, who knew the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never, ever should have had any access, even in the orbit of the jurors, directly or indirectly, and the court never even inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. Because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
All right, so that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer to
May I have a
the
moment
question.
to confer with counsel?
Yes.
So guys, this is this the juror that was removed during trial? Guys, is this the juror that we're talking about? You remember we were watching court and we didn't see it, but it was briefly addressed that, hey, we've dismissed the juror, and then they went on. Is this that juror, guys? Are we talking about that day? And is he specifically talking about when that person was dismissed? Okay, thank you. I thought so. All right. All right. Let me just skip ahead. It shouldn't be that long.
As local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Giannetti just indicated to me that that's not quite.
No, not that one. This juror was dismissed right before closing. We've had two. I don't remember us seeing another juror. So we've had two jurors dismissed. Okay, guys. So they're in the comments saying that this is that one that I'm talking about. That was the first one. This is another juror that was dismissed right before closing arguments. Don't remember seeing that one, and that's more recent, so I should remember that. So I don't know how we missed that. Wow, that is crazy. Okay, you skipped to day 35. I didn't know there were other days. Okay, I thought the other days were deliberations. Thank you so much for that double trouble.
The fact. And so Mr. Giannetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we file something, we file it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Giannetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Giannetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers through their agents, has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers, but I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sally Port videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominently the Sally Port issue, or the Sally Port video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. Well, they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant, a sergeant by the name of D. Giampetro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sallyport video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but he could be available.
No, I'm just curious. So he's still around?
He is,
Okay.
yes, and he's cooperative.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates that, and by the way, I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate that prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice, it should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Miss Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sallyport at Kenton PD is of critical importance. And that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That is the foundation on which this entire argument is built. And it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sallyport video has been in the possession and custody and control of the Commonwealth since January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got 2 videos. One was the Sallyport interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sallyport. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, and by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sallyport interior back wall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant D.G. Petro retired, we received 4 videos. The Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lot main side, the Canton PD rear lot cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sallyport. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are 4 videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022. Then on January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sallyport was given to us. That's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of a vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sallyport video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025.
They just now did me.
Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Buchnick dated February 28th, which is 4 days ago, 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time, I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. Exterior Sallyport. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior Sallyport video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it until, as I just said, October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial. And all
Now, if you watch YSL with me, I know we know what the hell Brady is. What in the holy y'all? And this should have been grounds right here to dismiss with prejudice. Was Alec Baldwin's judge the only one that knows what Brady violations are? And I'm gonna tell y'all, I really do think these judges, I don't think they dismiss the cases with prejudice because of the Brady violations, because of the case. That YSL case was so big, Glenville did not want to do it. Paige didn't want to do it, and they both should have. This case is so big, Deb does not want to do it, and she should have done it. You mean to tell me that he had this in May of 2024 while he was on the stand? Nobody said a word. Nobody said a word. Come on now.
all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 25th. I'm sorry, January 2025. And they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination.
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had had, or was it the same wobbly?
Same.
Okay.
Same. Wobbly, grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it. No. The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Buchnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sallyport video? We now know that Buchnick watched some sort of exterior Sallyport video. He admits it in this report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024, because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sallyport video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It could only happen one of two ways. Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on and then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem, or they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Buchnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute, on April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because the videos themselves, as the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, that the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong angle and flipped backward, all tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the Sallyport. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right. And also, could you explain to me the prejudice?
What the hell you mean?
I will get to the prejudice as I move through.
Now or no? If you can, if you're going to do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine at the time that it was provided. It just very obviously. There were certain videos that were clear from some cameras on other days and other times. These cameras that were late discovery that was provided to us just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need them.
Coming in, like, it's, come on, man.
On April 10th, 2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession, and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification was just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's backed up by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago. And they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had that's in it to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time. It's because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sallyport videos. Specifically turning to the Canton PD surveillance video. The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with a...
I just always like to read along. Where does it say it? What page
I
you want?
don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs.
Okay.
Crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sallyport. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sallyport. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us.
What?
So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sallyport on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that it matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton police cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton police officer Sergeant Barrows, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sallyport. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sallyport. The Commonwealth next mentions that Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sallyport at 5:30, suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived. That would be interesting if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes, long after the car had already been secured in the Sallyport, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45 p.m. after the vehicle's arrival at Canton PD. That was seen. We can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. It's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. the opposition claims that the defense theory is quote unquote evolving. They write that the defense, quote, struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sallyport is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight, that it was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sallyport. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle.
What is wrong?
It's on the video. It's on the ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth, pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving? Ours or the Commonwealth's? The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor, from the very beginning of this case, had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time.
What?
So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue of the time that the SUV got to the Sallyport. They finally took their medicine at some point and had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9 separate documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath. And all the while they were battling us on the time that it got there, no, the defense is all wet, they're wrong, they just didn't account for daylight savings time. Oh, no, this was just a little mistake, it's not a big deal, it was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sallyport at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sallyport until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sallyport, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it, it's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sallyport, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sallyport? That's what we've been seeking.
That's all they want.
The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. That is, this is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has. So we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sally Port videos. The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sally Port because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, D.A. Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways. They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department's Sally Port until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sally Port video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing that Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. Not one, but two separate agencies not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. Mm-hmm. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581. And this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sally Port where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish, that would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question, why did you review video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull. We pull a lot of video. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchanan. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight. And that was before any taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, in quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite. The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C is in Charlie.
Okay.
The video is on a 30-day overwrite, Your Honor. We all now know that. We didn't know that before just a few weeks ago. I don't expect that the Commonwealth knew that either. This is new to everybody, right? But you have to have pulled the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years. Actually, it's been months. Hasn't been years. He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sally Port at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that. And that was the video, that was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the, quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware. It's becoming a relatively common refrain in the opposition. That's neither a defense nor a justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, it's an interesting use of a name, of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly 2 in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brennan. He was not involved in the first trial, so it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal materials.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we only received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time. And it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these videos. We didn't even get all of them at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in. Says who? That's a fact question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, Who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We've got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could have cross-examined on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton police video system. We were not told that until well after trial.
What?
That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed to as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024. According to Colleen Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts, Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, and July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. A week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sallyport video that we did receive, lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except, as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, I would say.
All right, so we'll break.
I'm not messing with Bev. Not messing with Bev. I don't like how she talks to him. I just really don't.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off before lunch, we were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is I don't know, it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew of the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them. And that's the galling issue. Then the Commonwealth writes that the defense altered, their word, the defense, quote, altered evidence to correct the image, as if we were altering something to deceive the court. When in point of fact, the Commonwealth well knows that that altered video was altered by them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When it was played inverted. What we did is recorrect it to the proper orientation to confront Sergeant Buchanan with it. They indicate that they played the entirety of the video, of the corrected video, to somehow suggest that the Commonwealth during this debacle had clean hands. And that's just not true. Over the course of 2 days, the court will recall 2 days worth of testimony. Day one with Sergeant Buchnick under direct examination by Mr. Lally, going into the next day, still under direct examination by Mr. Lally. They played that video completely inverted. They talked about it, they discussed it, they described it. Not once did Sergeant Buchanan or Mr. Lally inform the jurors or the court that the video was actually altered, that the video was actually backward. Not one hint to the court or the jury members. When the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted.
He kept saying mirror image.
Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth, that passenger taillight. The Commonwealth has now conceded that that person was, in fact, Michael Proctor. It's notable that the Commonwealth went to great lengths to state that, quote, Trooper Proctor, and this is in their opposition, Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight, end quote. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three of them signed, the three prosecutors signed an oath and declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least in its initial comments to me, was, you may have said something that you don't have a factual foundation for. I think I have done my best to disabuse the court of that we were drawing from reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion, because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by three different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion. And I guess get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away. And it certainly does not show, and there's no evidence before the court, that he, quote, never touched it. As a matter of fact, we would submit.
Does it show that he does touch it?
Well, of course it doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. It's he's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is, a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of a camera, and then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it's switched, and the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that.
And you cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this entire thing. The court has asked me a couple of times, and I'm going to get to it a little bit more in detail, what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutor sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. I'm certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. But someone from the Commonwealth darn sure knew that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day override. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith.
Jen, you are absolutely correct, because we remember him saying that, and Hank got up there and said, well, no, they can come to the station anytime. And they're like, listen, we want everything. Hank said he won't give it because there's private, what did he say? There's private personal information on there. I'm wondering what the hell could be private and personal if you guys are recording. If it's not an interrogation, then what's the problem? What is the problem with giving it to them?
That demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth. And yet again, when it comes to this same issue, the Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence: the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from the Canton police chief, end quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter. It was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, that is how it records, LOL, no tampering, end quote.
Not only
LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations and
what was the
discovery
date?
violations.
10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct.
You are insane. So I know y'all said Berkey died. So did we just not have a new character unlocked? This is a female chief of police. The LOL is crazy.
By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in its opposition papers that,
and I'm sure she probably didn't really mean any harm by it, but you can't play those type of games in a case of this magnitude, especially when your office has already been accused of doing things, what's the word I'm looking for? Of corruption. They've already been accused of corruption. You can't LOL that shit away. You can't say that.
quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th, 2024 and April 24th, 2024. I logged them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Canton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why did we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DGM Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, it may have been Ms. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear.
Wait a damn minute. Now, Prince, I remember that it was a police officer. Y'all telling me Chief Burke is the one who gave them the red Solo cups? Mill's left shoe, K Tally. Wait. Hey, Miss Sheila, welcome back. Wait. The red Solo cups came from Berkey, or was it another officer? Because I do know they came from a neighbor. Are y'all okay? That's incorrect. Okay, let me make sure, because somebody just said he lived across the street from the Albert's house. I know the leaf blower came from Good, I believe. I just want to make sure. I wanted to correct that, but Berkey lived across the street from them? I'm personally losing iron. It's crazy. I know so the red Solo cups came from a neighbor, but that neighbor was not Berkey. Was Berkey the Albert's neighbor? Miss Sheila, you just got back. Miss Sheila just gifted 5 Millionaire Mail memberships, and y'all know the drill. If y'all get a membership from my girl, make sure you tell Miss Sheila thank you. Thank you, Miss Sheila. Thank you. Hold on. I seen this child. Yep, it's gonna be Tuesday. I just want to make sure. No, it was okay. But my question, y'all, is did Berkey live? Was he their neighbor? Like, did he live on the same street as the Alberts? I'm trying to see before I press play because I need to understand that. I have gathered this is not the red. He's not the red Solo cup person. So I do have that. She said, "Ma'am must hit your taxes." Miss Sheila better get them taxes filed. Yes. Thank you, Aaron be on point, baby. Please don't play with my girl. It was a deputy chief who lived across the street. And let me see. It says, hell, Berkey was probably driving by the Albert's house daily and dropping pieces off until but let's say something. This is how I imagine it happened. I do imagine it just seems so crazy for this to happen, right? It sounds crazy for me to say Karen hit him. And it also seems crazy that someone busted out her tail light and was dropping pieces of that tail light in front of their home so that people could find it. But that is the only explanation I have for what happened. Crazy, but I can see it happening. I can see it happening. Missy, welcome to the family. We love new people. Welcome. Messages are delayed, but cookie cakes for everyone. Oh my God. Thank you, Dante, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it, Dante. Dante, I just saw your post talk about trial on Tuesday. That's what we're trying to do, Dante. We are preparing ourselves for Tuesday right now. This is a motion to dismiss, kind of more so to get us familiar with what AJ felt happened that should have caused this case to be dismissed. We watched the hearing from today earlier, so we just kind of be getting to know the attorneys, and you know that because there's a new attorney on the defense side, we have a new prosecutor, so that's kind of what we're doing right now. If you just popped in, that's what we're doing right now. Mel, they got desperate because she didn't take a plea. I could see that too. I can see that. No, Berkey died like last month. They said died like last month. So he's not alive, which I don't know. I know he knows what was going on. I know he does. So he died.
Clear from the opposition that all relevant and material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports.
Thank you.
What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the Commonwealth in a report from Sergeant DGM Petro. He reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. We have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested in February of 2022, Sallyport video of the SUV exterior footage, that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him. Assuming it was.
Yeah, this Mel's left shoe, K Tally, is hilarious. She said, love this chat. Much love, Mel. We love you back, friend. Thank you for the super chat.
February of 2022, that would have been before the override, I presume. Because I think the math in my head is it's 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report, I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting. This is the first we're hearing of any of this. Last Thursday. How is that? Sure. Ms. Luke just handed me a clean copy of the DGM Petro report. I would like to have this marked and appended to our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
Sure. Did I get that attached to your motion to change the scheduling?
Yes. You probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay. May I approach Representative?
Hold on. What, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if that's all right, Your Honor.
Sure. I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was no mistake.
Exhibit 1 so marked.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question is, how in June of 2023, now I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DGM Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or maybe March 1st, those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. It's the only two explanations. Again, this is binary. So in April of 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DG Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out.
Thank you, Jen, for the super chat. Jen, I think you'll have a good time over here. We have a little fun in the chat. We learn and we talk. Most importantly, you can look, just interact with the chat. Just don't be rude. Don't be crazy. It's a blast. It's a blast over here, friend. I promise, one of the best chats on YouTube.
For the first time, that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DG Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sally Port video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is Chief Rafferty held on to it. She never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone.
Y'all, why does it seem like, even with him talking about the new police chief, that everyone is trying to find Karen guilty instead of trying to get justice for John O'Keefe? They are so fixated on proving that she did this instead of trying to get this man justice. I mean, you have withheld evidence for what? It doesn't prove that she hit the man. In fact, it might prove that she didn't, but instead of that, you're more focused on proving whatever theory you have in your head than actually getting this man some justice. I find that sick. Even this, especially for the prosecution, because you guys know we learned that the prosecution, they're supposed to be looking for justice, not a guilty verdict. And it really seems like they are chasing a guilty verdict bad. And I don't like that. Can't get with it. I don't like that.
And he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night.
They do not.
There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now put in context what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after. We received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, or the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. And we received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other video of the rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and have now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We had no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be, the bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchanan.
Which is why I don't understand why someone has not cracked yet. It is way too many people involved to at least tell their part of the story, or like no one has cracked. I just don't get that part. Like all of the officers, and I see everybody saying, well, they in too deep now. Baby, Proctor done lost his job. He kind of, in my opinion, you want to clear your name, don't you? I want to clear my name.
Nick's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022. He knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's the sometime early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph 2, in July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route of travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchanan with a yellow Post-it note. I further added Canton PD 12922, and then the case number, which is, or their case number, 2022-112-33, to note to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the Post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the Post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little different.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a Post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony. So it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sally Port. Exterior Sally Port. This video was labeled with a Post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the Sally Port, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the Sally Port. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sally Port camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review. I later learned that this video was provided in an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive, and the CD were returned. Doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure, do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it.
I doubt it's small.
Can I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
I just don't get there, y'all. It's like she just letting them do all. Sort of like letting me.
Two still marked?
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
Do you have an extra copy? Is that one clean?
Not clean.
No. Zoom copy like that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked probably the most important question about this report, which is, who was it that supplied the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan? Who's at the center of all these Sallyport videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sallyport videos that he was acting as the courier for in other particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor. So who do we believe most reasonably would have supplied the information to Sergeant Buchanan to review? It stands to reason it could have been Trooper Proctor. Seems to be reasonable. But I don't know because Trooper Buchanan doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing. Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February of 2022. He was the one receiving the footage directly from Buchanan, dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. Michael Proctor was receiving footage from both sources multiple times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage. And keep in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this. None of it. Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sallyport. Question: there's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right? Answer: that video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
So where in the transcript is that?
I can get you the page and line number, Your Honor.
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing she
Provide that
can.
to you in just a moment, Your Honor.
June 10th?
It was either June 10th or June 12th, but let me double check.
While she's looking for that, Your Honor, may I
Please go
proceed?
ahead, yeah.
Okay. The only thing it's important to remember from a date standpoint, we'll get the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single video with 42 minutes missing and a flatbed and the flatbed driveway footage outside the Sallyport that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven, that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it and he received it, according to Sergeant DG Petro. And it wasn't turned over either. None of it. But at trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly to him starting days after this incident. And he controlled it, he hid it, and then he lied about it. That is the definition of bad faith. That is the definition of withholding exculpatory evidence. That is the definition of suppressing Brady evidence. There is no other way to define this. He fooled us, and it's egregious.
He fooled us.
Is it possible with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sallyport videos that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury? Is that possible? I suppose it is. I want to give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question. To believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sallyport garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured.
And have you guys wondered if they altered that video on purpose? Because it's really crazy that the inverted video, you could see things, you could see everything, no problems. But when it comes to the video where you can actually make out what that tail light looked like as soon as it was coming in, it is so grainy. And I'm just like, why? I am wondering why the systems were so noticeably different in the same area.
At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time that the SUV is pulled in to the Sallyport. The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years? And again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors have never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Brennan, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files. I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago. What's most curious about this video, however, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry, it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is. They don't indicate whose case file it was. They don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from the submission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did, in fact, download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went and why we don't have them and why we didn't have them for the first trial.
Well, we know she denied it because the case is still going on. So I don't know if she's going to do it in this video or what, but we know she denied it.
The Commonwealth basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else that these cumulative, that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that.
Right.
But the quote goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents, particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved.
Come on now. Come on, let's talk about it.
First, in that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged or unfairly treated or suffered harm.
Come on, AJ.
Or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith. And this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument. But the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith.
It is. That's why I don't give up the evidence.
And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this? It just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them, to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession. And it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout the first trial.
They had it the whole time.
In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges, and the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though, and it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic. For the Commonwealth to have all this footage for a solid 3 years and hold it back from us the entire time, it makes one question what was going on with that evidence. And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
I understand that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. And I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available. And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it'll perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please, because you may need your notes. But Ms. Little, did you find the Proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcript at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued obviously the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, And again, you just saw, I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked, rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dayton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Barrows' testimony yesterday upon being prepared for this. I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrows' testimony.
Well, it sounds...
Damn, Yates, you had a case for the books. Shout out to Yates. Congratulations, Yates. Many of you guys know she's an attorney. Got a not guilty today. Congratulations. Hell, I hope those not guilties fall on up there and go to Massachusetts and we get one here.
It from this, so I'm not to read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces, I read that to mean it was from Barrows' testimony.
No.
As Dayton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
The 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, that there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
It's the number of pieces that were booked into evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, because I took that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight recovered at the
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now, Ms. Giannetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. As I started with a question for the defense, so I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts the Commonwealth made to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sallyport videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court a history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case.
Okay.
And it will explain in context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand and perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you to clarify some of this. So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, the defense asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area. There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
This is leading up to trial.
Okay.
At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport
Why would the Sallyport not be important? Okay.
area. What I learned is that Trooper Proctor had requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police Video, who would download it from the DVR, was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro downloaded video from the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera. and he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan, at the direction of Trooper Proctor, picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant Gianpietro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall, blurry camera inside the Sally Port, and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2023, Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant Gianpietro.
Even though we already had it?
For different cameras. He wanted cameras, camera angle of outside the Sallyport area. So when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutor.
BG, this is what's happening. Trooper Proctor has been fired, so they're blaming everything on him. That's what it sounds like to me.
Both of those videos remain dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified, was asked about video, and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No.
It was later, right?
It was
Because
later.
the federal grand jury was later.
He provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April 4th, 2024. So we know this production on April 4th, 2024 was in the hands of Trooper Proctor shortly after January 29th, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it.
My bad. I'm just talking to Kat like I done spoke to her already today. Hey, Kat. I'm just sitting here talking like I done already spoke. I'm so sorry. I think it's the fact that he has gotten his ass up here and just really, it's just so annoying because it really does feel like Trooper Proctor is now their fall guy. Instead of them saying, yes, we messed up, which I don't really expect them to say that because of how they've played this case from the start. I'm sorry, y'all. They got me all discombobulated.
Which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera salad port was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous.
Well, I'm just
And
not.
that's an accurate description of that video.
I am not understanding why he keeps saying, "Well, they didn't ask for it, so we didn't give it." You don't get the right to do that.
Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the Sally port. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the Sally port, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are 3 video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024, the second April 23rd, 2024, and the June 23 production of the exterior Sally port has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor, and the prosecutors do not know about it. After the trial, one of the employees from Norfolk County, Colleen Crawford, went to the Sally port and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system, the system had a number of backup hard drives. And because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial, and it is noted in the sergeant's letter. The chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it, I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to look firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I've said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station. I learned about the videos. And then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant. Unexpectedly, the sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes, and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything. So I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Buchanan's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Buchanan to write reports. Since there was no chain of custody, I wanted best to give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I had learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Okay. I have a question. Did I hear him say that they invited the defense to come to Canton PD to get some video for the defense to get there and learn that the video overrides itself in 30 days? Did I understand that? Cass said it seems more reasonable. Someone knew all along it wasn't turned over. I agree. Started to get word and said, go turn it over. Yeah. What the hell? I was listening like, did this man really just say that? I'm going to say that they almost seem worse than Fulton County with turning this evidence over. They are purposely withholding evidence.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Sure.
Now, the defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none. It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage in that this video was withheld from them on purpose. And again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it. Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024. They would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory. And that's going to be something I think I can demonstrate does not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial.
Kat, the Brady training would not be enough. But you know what, Kat? If that would be her response to this, then it's almost as it, to me, why would that scare another prosecutor or keep another attorney from making a Brady violation if all I got to do is sit down and watch some I've already seen? Why? Because at this point, Bev, like you playing in people's face. You should have dismissed this case with prejudice. These people have done way too much, and I don't believe them.
Testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which is about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages of his testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133, what you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video until it was produced right before trial or right during trial by the Canton police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial. Attorney Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sally Port video, and also there's an exterior video outside the Sally Port. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sally Port video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sally Port and there's the exterior video. So clearly Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sally Port video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided.
Bullshit.
But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it because he struggled to try to explain to Attorney Jackson. And so it's also notable that Attorney Lally never has an opportunity to ask more details about those. Well, he has the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing intentional whatsoever about this course. And so it's important that although the defense now suggests there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important, it is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video.
Why wouldn't they give it to
It is not incumbent or assumed that the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that.
It's not assumed, but it is assumed that if her freaking car is brought to Canton PD and placed in the Sally Port, that's probably something you should show, at least if nothing else, to clear your name. Who asked him for video for every part of town where Karen lives? Nobody asked him for that.
Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory. They seek evidence that they think is relevant material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was an evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed this act that led to the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now that recently has changed. If you see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed to put the Commonwealth on notice. They're supposed to chase down every potential idea or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, The best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence. That does not put the Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. Even if it's in district court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
Okay. And so Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions, very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it. He didn't. In fact, when you look at the perspective of Attorney Yannetti, you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department. I've attached, for your honor and for the defense, exhibit number 4, trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino. And when he cross-examines Nicholas Garino, he is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene. He cites on page 75, but you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? Mm-hmm. And Trooper Garino says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti iterates, okay, well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice that doesn't exist to try to convert a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony, on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video until after Canton produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. And he did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you see in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Ring, Town Hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting, I did review video during the second time. Question, okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. The answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly.
Bev just asked, how late am I on tonight? I'm actually going to be on till like 6:45-ish, because at 7, I'm going to be going over Martinez Arnold's his attorney's response to the forfeiture case. So I'm going to go ahead and go over that. So this will be the last video for Karen Reed for today. I'm not quite sure what tomorrow's going to look like, but I do know that everybody wants to watch the jurors interview. So that's probably what we'll start the day off with, and then watch some more hearings. So I'll be on tonight for maybe another hour or so before I log off of this one to prepare for the Martinez Arnold response. Sorry, I keep saying the Martinez Arnold response. So we'll do that one next. That's his name, y'all. That is his name. His name is, and there are people on here that don't know him by Duke. So I said Martinez Arnold. Y'all being real messy in this chat.
That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by.
It's Shay. No WTF tonight. We start back up next week. Karen Reed trial starts. And I think the trial that Miss J is watching is probably going to be over. So she'll talk about that one as well. And that'll give Kayla an opportunity too. She started with Karen Reed. She started with Karen Reed next week as well. So next week, WTF will be doing it every week throughout the Karen Reed trial. I'm sure Miss J is probably going to be watching it too. So I'll be on one accord with these cases.
By the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they ask you to reach that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe he made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping. And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment. So
Do you have the grand jury cite? I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have a tab, but I don't perhaps Attorney
I'm sure
McLaughlin
Ms.
does.
McLaughlin can get it
I'll
from.
provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutors learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information is exculpatory. It's exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Miss Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barros's testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw there was some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. But they forgot the next part. And there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on.
Y'all, he's saying that they see Karen's taillight with a piece missing. That light does not just look like a piece is missing. It looks like it is broken, destroyed. She would have to order a piece. Come on now. Come on, Hanky.
After it is at Canton. The
Oh,
entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing.
no,
That piece,
no.
where the fractures of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt.
Yes.
And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barrows, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton.
No.
And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence, let's start first with the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we've turned those over to the defense, and I just want Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Ms. Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. Now you can see, if you stop that please, thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4, it is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor. It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan.
Hey, really gaslight us. We already know it's inverted.
It was in existence well before Miss Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2022, a day before Miss Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport. And you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose.
We don't know that was actual quality.
It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton. Thank you very much. And so the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen. Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Miss Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at exhibit 6, please. And this is from the ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sallyport video is relevant to show any break or planting of evidence. As Miss Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and we'll stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look.
We already saw that.
Of that rear taillight missing.
Red.
Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone.
I can see a little white.
And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white.
Then like it's not even a good picture.
The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now,
Y'all, it looked a little brighter on that little side to me, but I see y'all saying that it's not red.
doctor,
It doesn't look like the picture I saw of the broken light, though.
in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant back?
Y'all saying there's no white bulb. Why does it look? Hold up, y'all. Let me go back. Because I remember y'all saying that before.
If we look at this, that's why it shines white.
Like, that doesn't look like right there, y'all. Maybe I need my glasses checked. Maybe my glasses not working. That because it looks brighter. If we're not going to say white, let's just say it's not as red as here and here.
The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now, doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? He says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no.
Well,
We provided notice of our own expert.
First of all, we know that. We know that you guys did something to that taillight. For one, Carrie said a little black hole. Barrows, he said it was a small, it was cracked, but it wasn't damaged. The light you guys have is damaged.
And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight.
We know that.
The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Starfish.
Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up to the court, please. To compare the right side to the left side. Although covered and impacted by snow, if you could close more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective from Dayton said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plan. The defense's position is also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are two videos, 8 and 9.
Do y'all remember seeing this evidence in the first trial, or am I tripping? We just watched it, but I don't remember seeing him zoom in like this. I mean, I could be tripping because I'm trying not to become one of the people that feel like everything in this case is a conspiracy theory, because I see y'all in here saying, oh, it's fixed, it's doctored. They showed this. I don't remember them like zooming in to this particular picture. I remember seeing the footage when he pulled up. I remember that, but zooming in that close and seeing that clear, like, I don't remember that. He didn't zoom in. Okay, I know. Okay. Not crazy, but I'm like, Kay, I need the metadata.
We could play Exhibit 8, please.
They didn't sound like this at first. So what happened?
This is the defendant's car arriving in Dayton in the driveway. The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. And if the question is, what are they stopping for? We can play video 9. This is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes its canting. And just like 508 in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight shine white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
You can barely see it.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Then how are we supposed to see it?
Can you zoom in on it?
Nora, I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer. The clarity is much better and it's very clear. The white light in this video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there you go.
See what he was
Okay.
talking about, but it doesn't help me.
If you look at it on a small screen, see right
I
there?
do see it.
That's like a
And then
little
you'll see it
kid.
again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant's position that there is anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plant doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence.
I'm sorry. I hate to be this person who's trying. I don't give a damn about the tail light. The tail light, there's no way the tail light or her hitting him. And I believe the ARCA experts. Nothing about that tail light makes me think she hit him and he flew 30 feet and he had all these fractures in his skull, the stuff on his scratches on his arm, all of the way these people been acting weird as hell. I don't give a damn about the tail light. I'm sorry. I'm watching it. I see the white, but the tail light does not do anything for me. Karen drinks and drives. She could have hit that light anywhere.
That contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of plant by anybody, is from the defendant herself.
No.
Ms. Reed spoke to Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, when my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic is missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. And so I say to the court, the production should have been sooner. It should have been cleaner. This should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen, but it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory. It's not intentional. It's not tampered with. It was inadvertent and inconsequential because the evidence is overwhelming that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no plan. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim of jury tampering. I understand the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important for me to be able to address it. May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system. If a good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with. And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen, because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury. It would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the system in court before a trial to impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim. And it's notable, the defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss, it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence. There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And why I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to plant the seed of corruption. And all you have to do is whisper it and hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now, it's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning. Not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked, I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you are looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer, I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question, one of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury? Not sure where these questions come from. Answer, right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person That supervisor, we found out well into trial, as a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest. Question, is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. Never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
Your Honor, I understand, and I may be mistaken. We produced all of the exhibits to the court, and you should have a transcript. If not, I will get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively, the next step is they have to identify a target. Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, a villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom. It could be a police officer. It could be a good Samaritan. Anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired state police officers in Massachusetts.
Not you calling Proctor.
After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name, I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15. It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request for your honor the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinates' disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document.
Yeah.
They tried to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not in agreement with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the pleadings. Counsel was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he cleared? When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Was it prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about what those statements say to our community, who are going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean. After selecting their target and trying to dehumanize him and degrade him, they then try to create an illusion of this grandiose havoc that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury. Think about that concept. Not only is it an attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. In the heartbeat of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these dutiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case in jury instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public. Never setting foot on this property when the jury was here. Never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror. Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources about a juror who expressed potential bias. Fact: Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court as is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time, Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror. Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same theme, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright, and we should move to trial. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
He got up there and said a whole
We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference.
which is what we called it. Swears matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting.
Not recited.
I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second. Because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claim absolve the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers that are populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CD, a resume for him, and said, "It's the greatest guy on the face of the earth."
He sure did.
I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him.
You say fat?
Wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal.
I'm gonna start saying that, baby. Fat, dumb, and happy. Ooh, I'm gonna start saying that.
Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with this unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read it. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before. The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason that we included it in our motion to dismiss is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was? if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know? How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who was then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's the commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual court's security, the personnel's security, the party's security, to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given. But we do know this. He was this same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to, was also the person that was in Miss Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He's also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity to simply inquire before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here. Let's find out what the source of this is, and let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true.
He did say.
But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror's removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching.
But do you guys hear how involved Fanning was? I must have, like, I've seen you guys' comments about how he's involved in that other case. I saw that he was too close for comfort, but what I didn't know, I guess I must have missed the specifics, that he was on that group text about Karen's nudes. He's the one who seized her phone. So he was involved with this case. He should not have been around that damn jury. There's no way around it.
Court officers' reputations, that's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right. There's a couple of other points that I just want to make. Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sallyport video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to hear that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sallyport videos if you're investigating a bar fight.
Right.
This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop. You think the video of it being pulled into the Sallyport might be of some evidentiary value? I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. But I do know this. I do know this much. There's one guy who thought it was important. The lead investigator. He pulled it all. All of it. He was super, super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years.
According to the Commonwealth. It could be lying.
Mr. Brennan spent some time talking about the difference between cracked and missing. interesting point. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios. The court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and it has a very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on that traverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Barros, who said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That taillight was put together almost in its entirety. Almost.
For one piece.
Except a piece was still missing. It was a piece unaccounted for.
It's the piece that was
There's a big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone.
It's gone.
There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone. So yeah,
that they couldn't.
it's relevant.
It's what was really missing.
And it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sallyport driveway. And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Buchnick, in front of a jury, present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was? Mr. Lally actually asked the question. I don't have a page in sight now. I remember it because I was sitting here. He asked the question, did you see Mr. Proctor, something, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Trooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes. I'd like a copy of that.
I don't think I have
I'm
it.
sorry,
Sure.
man, because I
We
saw.
can get that for the court immediately. Also, he played a video of the grainy video showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well, at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory, and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. That video he just played was at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges. Why is that different? That's interesting. And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statements in that interview that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, a piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sallyport. With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors, not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing. Why's the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot, it's.
Oh, that's not me, y'all. That's line crime. I mean, Court TV. Sorry, it's Court TV. I think we have like 5 minutes left, but I need to get off because I need to prep for 7 o'clock. So we'll just pick back up here tomorrow. But I want to say it's only about. Yannetti will end it out. So we'll pick back up on that tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for spending the day with us. We got almost 9 hours in today, but I'm hopping off of this stream. If you are familiar with the YSL case, I'm going to be talking about Martinez Arnold, aka Duke. He has a forfeiture case. It's really Fulton County. Page signed a default judgment saying that Fulton County can have everything that they seized from him when he was arrested back in May of 2022. But it's like he was in jail. He wasn't served. Once he found out on Twitter. It's really crazy. But his attorney is Ashley Merchant, who a lot of people call YSL Barbie, and she is a beast. She is the same attorney who came in and represented Brian Steele before when Judge Glenville was trying to send him to jail. So we're going to just read the motion, kind of discuss what's going on with that case, because it's something everybody's been asking about, and it'll probably be a short live, hour and a half or something like that. So please come on over. I already made a link for it, so I'll be on there at 7 o'clock, but I'm gonna stop the live so that I can prep for it, read over everything, because I have to read the motions online. But yes, thank you guys so much for spending the day with me. Karen Reed will be back tomorrow, finishing this up, looking at more hearings, possibly getting to that juror interview. And they asked me about the panel. I'm thinking Friday night because I want people to be home from work, settled. So if people want to come up and talk, they're able to talk without disturbing their work. But thank you guys. I'm going to see y'all later. Bye-bye. Thanks for all the super chats, all the memberships, everything. Likes, shares, comments, everything. See y'all later. Bye-bye.